Fib.NQ on the 4 on the 9. Double delta NQ on the 4. 2-finger NQ on the 89.
Mic check. Test 1, 2. Test. Welcome aboard, everyone.
What exactly is Algo, and why do our traders absolutely love it?
Michael Oates room. Are you ready indeed? Good morning, everybody. Let's get that music back on there and let's come down here into the entry window. Good morning, everybody. It is Monday. We got Mentorship Monday. Yes, thank you, Kazi, for the reminder. Let me check that right now. Real-time protection turned off there. We've got the video gaming machine ready to rock and roll. Let's see, got the bots turned on. We've got, let's see, the mic is good. Yeah, we're ready to rock here. The sound is on our coins. There we go. Let me pull back one level here first, and let's start right here looking around the boards. And I'm going to check the news. So we've got our trusty news indicator. It's going to put everything on our charts and alert us and warn us and all that before any news events are going to occur that are scheduled. Now we've got unscheduled news. We've had major things that have occurred over the weekend. We've got bombs dropping. We've got retaliatory verbiage, etc., etc. So I think we need to be on high alert today for things coming out of the blue. Okay. So pretty much I'm going to make an adjustment on an ATM today to make certain that I have a hard stop no matter what, even on plays that I need to work with, where I'm trying to work a position. I'm going to have a hard stop back behind it somewhere in the event of some kind of market moving event. Now, if it moves in my direction, yay. If it moves against me, you know, I need a stopgap on that. So I will make adjustments to that this morning. And let's look here. 9:45. This is one of those that I really don't like it when they do this. 9:45 is a weird spot. So we got the US Open at 9:30. And then when they drop this one in here, 9:45. I mean, they have this one at 10, right? But the 9:45, it's like, okay, that's also being dropped in there right there in the morning, right when you might be in the middle of, you know, some good plays, work at a position, and all of a sudden they like drop some news event right in the middle of it. It just makes it more, you just got to really be on your toes here this morning. I'm doing a personal assessment here this morning. I am pretty tired. I made a bunch of changes to the website this weekend. You want to go check them out, algoboxpro.com. For the folks who are getting in on the 8-day boot camp, that has become easier. It's still not behind a paywall, but it is now on the website. It will literally take a click of a switch and it will be back behind the paywall. So go to algoboxpro.com, click on the top, click training, still free right now. All of the videos there for the 8-day boot camp are there. Learn everything in just 8 videos. You want to go grab those, last chance, for free, or you can come back later and pay for it. So go ahead and make sure and go and get it right now. algoboxpro.com, click training at the top, and you should see it. I'll show that to you here on the live stream here in just a moment. Then we got 10 a.m. existing home sales. We're going to have some more movement there. And then an hour later from that, we've got some more news. So it's going to be a news driving day. I see FOMC stuff here at 1 o'clock and 2:30 today. They're everywhere today. Okay. It's going to be a volatile day, which is great for us. Now, some traders who don't have systems like ours, they fear this. For us, we love it, except for the fact that I'm a little tired. Okay. That's not a good place for me to be. I got the no list screaming at me here this morning going, bro, you're tired. Okay. So I'm going to be cautious, but I'm going to be cautiously optimistic. There's a lot of volatility coming here today. Sometimes I start to wake up. I got my coffee in my cup right here, hadn't dropped it all the way down. Woke up a few minutes late this morning, had some issues with the MACV Ultimate server there this morning. So I'm a little off my schedule, all that kind of stuff. Kids got all the fun events that they're going to and dealing with today. So let's get going. How's everybody doing? It's 9:17. We still got about 23 minutes. Oh, now it's 9:18. So we got 22 minutes. I'm sorry. Wow. Can't call. It's okay. So we have a major problem. I also can't do math here this morning. It's 12 minutes to the US Open. Let me settle in here and let me look around. Let's zoom back to show you guys the bots. So the bots are turned on. We got full auto across 6 instruments if you are new with us. I'm going to walk this through here. It's Mentorship Monday after all. Good morning to all of the new folks. Great to have you guys with us. We had some people join with us over the weekend. Welcome aboard. If you got questions, pop them here in the chat. If you have technical support issues, open up a tech support ticket on the left-hand side of Discord. Our guys will take care of you. And up here, this little quad is what I usually refer to as the nerd. You're going to hear me say nerd a lot, and it's not just because I'm a nerd and I code and we wrote all this up here. This is NASDAQ ESR2Y and the Dow. So it's a beautiful thing. The nerd. All right, so these 4 here, that is the nerd. Correlated instruments running the Enigma V3 full auto bot with the Dream panel option turned on. If you're looking for the settings, take a screenshot of my setup here, and if you want to duplicate my settings, you can do that. And I'm running what's called side to side from entry to entry to exit on green to red, red to green. And then we've got 2 over here, the gold. We got crude oil, black gold, and gold there to round out my 6 correlated instruments, except for these 2 guys. These are uncorrelated. All right, sorry I'm a little tired there this morning. Hopefully you guys will put up with me while I'm walking through stuff. So this is my primary filtering area that I'm going to be looking for plays. Oh, I need to change to the optimized range. Can somebody save me a look up here real quick and grab me the optimized range for the NASDAQ here this morning so I can fill this in? Last week was 42, the magic number 42. What is the range today for the NASDAQ? If somebody can pop that in the chat there. I'm going to update my chart. It is Monday. Don't forget we update that optimized range based on our optimization process there that we run on Sunday evenings, and I post a grid Sunday night or early Monday morning for you guys. 40. Oh, that's a nice number. Nice, beautiful 40. All right, so I'm just going to click over here on my chart, type 40R, hit enter. I know if you guys have been through the boot camp, then you already know how to do that. Boom, look at that, I'm done. So now I am optimized and locked in to pass that good information down to the lower time frame charts, coming off of the optimized range through the optimization process that we did over the weekend. And we are locked in now. So I'm going to save workspace. Boom, saved. Okay, we got a big red dot up on the nines here. I'm gonna grab this quarter position here for the first move here. There's 8 ticks. Let's see if it's got a little bit more in it. Big red dot up top. Gonna let me add to my position. Gonna go half position here. Coming in, big red dot on the high. Oh, you guys can see the high time frame. Wow, I am obviously off my rocker here this morning. A little tired. Got a 5.1 coming in right here. I'm gonna look to add to it if it touches. Okay, did not touch, but I got a Dr. Seuss there along with the Ready DD shift. So this is higher time frame play, lower time frame risk. And looking to see if I can grab a quick bag out of that. What's our time? We are 8 minutes to the open, so a little bit dangerous here, but we've got plenty of time for our play to lay out here.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Okay. Here in audio box, and now we just got a green dot. Yikes. Okay, so I need to look for the exits on this position. So we went red to green, and I was behind on the entry to start with that one, and getting a little feisty right out the gate here this morning. All right, I'm gonna close that out for a break even there. Going to scratch that trade there. I keep moving this over because I'm used to showing you guys on the other screen. So I think it's time for us to hop down in there anyways. But I'll touch on a few more things here before we get started. On the left-hand side, if you are new to this, here are our standard operating procedures and goals on the left. 5 or 6 trades, 60 to 90 minutes, 3-step entry rules, the nerd filter, that is the top left up there, the direction filter, NASDAQ, ES, RTY, and the Dow all combined into one trading filter there called the MACV Ultimate. You'll hear us refer to it as the MACVU or the MACV Ultimate or the Nerd. Okay, so we got the nerd filter. The arrow color, important when we are inside the fiddle zone. I'm looking for the continuation of this plus this. Right now, the current arrow is red. So we have red arrow, but green on the nerd. So right now, there's no plays in the fiddle zone, and literally that just kind of shows it right there. Needed to, could have skipped on that play there, but gave it a shot. Scratch trade on the first. Don't worry, we'll get some better plays than that. Let's take a look to see if we've got any. I want to look for little bear, big bear hiding out here. It's only a 300 there, so not really interested in that. Let's see from the overnight if we've got any bulls and bears, big guys hiding out on the tape. There's 6 a.m. I'm going to use my page up because I'm lazy here. 200, 300. There he is. There he is. We found him. There he is. All right. So we got little bull in there, but it looks like he already made his pay. So we can probably ignore this, but I'm going to go ahead and mark it anyways. So we got little. This is a level 500 here. So this will be a little bull. I like to mark that up green. Okay. And that's all I care about from the overnight. And yeah, he's already defended his position. A couple times, and he made his pay. Is that 250 ticks? Yeah, 288. So he's already made his money. We don't have to worry about him. But we'll see if he continues to defend his position for now. So small bull. Now I'm going to look at the high time frames, and let's see. We have a little bear in here on the 9s. I'm going to mark that up. And he did not make money, so we have we will return below us. We will be lower here from where we currently are right now. Okay.
On the 9.
Let me zoom back and show you guys that here. Right here. So there's a little bull, little bear in there. So we have little bull in the same place as the bear. So they've exchanged hands now. They said bull was like, hey, I got this overnight, no problem. Now we have bear in control, who has not made his pay. How do we know that? Well, he's on, oh, I drew that in the wrong spot. Wow, I can't draw here this morning either. Vinny, you need to take a break, bro. Time to increase that caffeine boost. That leg is up here. Right there. Okay. So to help with that, if you're not trying to eyeball it like I'm trying to do here, we can draw a nice little vertical arrow and see where that began. Yeah, so right there. So that little leg, flat leg right there, little bear in there. It is a Monday. I need to go back to sleep. It's a little bit crazy there. Okay, from the overnight, we've got big guys. They Avowed Premium Edition. What is this? Okay. We have two big bulls down here on the higher time frame. And we'll see if they defend their positions. Okay, market's opening up here in about 2 minutes. You can start to feel the market move already. I'm going to mark these up. All right, higher time frame. See those guys right there? So mark those up in green on the 40 range, on the optimized range. So they will want to defend their position. They've already defended it once. See, they came back inside, defended it, shoved it out. They made it. They made their 250. And now we have a red bear pointing down. Okay, so I believe the first direction here this morning, we will look for a down move out of the open any moment now. We got 1 minute till the US Open. Let me make sure I got financial juice turned on here. Okay, good. There we go. We got the financial juice now turned on, and we're ready to rock and roll. Oh, okay. Just missed the Super AO right there. Little pop up. Super AO outside the PRZ cross. Nice one. Here comes the US Open, about 30 seconds. I'm going to turn my full auto on here. Let me get my ATM set. Okay. $15 seconds to the US Open. Here we go.
On the 40.
Grabbing that coffee. I'm going to try to sit on hands for the first 5 minutes. And let the tools do the work.
DCBM NQ on the 40.
Good morning, Big John.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Good morning, Keegs. Good morning, Manny.
Touch NQ on the
Good morning, Mr. Sinks. Good morning, Mr. Hendricks. Good morning, Kazi. Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, Douglas. Good morning, Noob.
lower bands touch NQ on the 40. Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Be careful. Place to assume was correct, but copied accounts were given a loss instead of a win. And I'm not sure what you're talking about there, Captain Rex. You have to give more details. Bradley Bowen, good morning. Good morning, Pablo. Pete, you need some coffee this morning as well. Good morning, Jay-Z. Shalom, Edward. Volume Profiler, good morning. Trader Joe in the house, good morning. Motivator, one of the most awesome YouTube channels out there. Great to see you.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
All right, 931.
NQ on the 40.
Okay, Little Bull just stepped in. I'm sorry, wow, did I just say Little Bull? Little Bear just stepped in right here. This is changing this whole area from this morning. This is now literally this entire leg. They exchanged hands right here. This is Little Bear, if I can say it properly now. Mark him up.
Divergence up NQ on the 9.
And it's not on the lower time frame. It is up here on the higher, on the 40 range. And it's Big Bear on the 9s. That's the important part. And just as anticipated there this morning, like I said, we would be bearish off of the open.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Mark that.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Okay, so 250 ticks down below here is what we're looking at. I want to get a measurement.
Double delta NQ on the 4.
First Super AO off the bottom. I'm going to try to grab that one. Catching a falling knife here.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40. Fib.NQ on the 4.
Target filled.
Lower bands touch
Target
NQ
filled.
on the
All right, pretty easy one right there. Super AO after big push down.
Target filled.
All right, Super AO for my first play there this morning. I know I was going to try to sit on hands, but that one was too juicy of an opportunity. Had to take that one. Super AO to the upside there. And then Enigma down. Could have played that one. So you're wondering, why did that not take that play right there? It's on full auto because it's inside the fiddle zone. Right now, I've got the fiddle zone filter turned on. The Dream panel is doing all the work here for me. Fiddle zone is on. Are we in the fiddle zone? Yes, we are. So no take on that Enigma there on that one. Okay, but was a good play regardless. Super AO up, Enigma down. It's going to be an easy breezy, beautiful cover girl day here today, as long as I can get the coffee running and wake up a little bit. I feel like I need to go do some jumping jacks or some push-ups or something here. Thank goodness you don't have to be perfect to be profitable.
NQ on the 40. Double delta NQ on the 40. Divergence up NQ on the 9.
ECB's President Lagarde says the euro has the opportunity to increase its global standing.
Whiskers, you're getting through the boot camp. Awesome, sir. I thought about letting you teach the boot camp. Just missed my entry there. Got a super dot off the bottom. Target's filled. I was going to try to get bigger on that, but super dot, too easy. Too easy. Super dots, I didn't get my measurement of 250, but I can eyeball that and tell that probably went approximately 250 ticks. Super dot for the win. That full up move off of the super dot was 131 ticks. Off of that one, Super AO from before to the top was 94 ticks. Grabbing double bags off of both of those. Not too shabby.
Forecast 51 on the prior 52. Services PMI forecast 52.9 on the prior 53.7, and the composite PMI forecast 52.1 on the prior 53.
Okay, don't forget we got that weird news event there. It's going to come in at 9:45. Don't let me forget that one, please. All right, I'm going to set an alarm to try to remind myself.
I'm watching.
945. It's going to come in at a weird
So
spot. Maybe
everyone, keep oil prices down. I'm watching.
3
You're
minutes
playing right into the
before.
hands of the enemy. Don't do it.
Alexa, set an alarm for 9:42 a.m. All right, so just in case I forget, because I can just tell I'm in one of those. I'm a little bit lackadaisical here this morning. Okay, so I got an HMD there that broke. They're pushing up. We've got green and green on the tape there, so that is a filtered easy one. Got my first Super AO, ooh, all the way into the bear zone. All right, let's look for him to defend. There's cross 1. We want to see the second red cross inside of the bear zone. Cross 1, cross 2. I want to see number 2 for the slap. Okay. I'm going to turn full auto off here. I'm going to take over and get ready. We're at the top of it, looking for the crosses.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
There's a green and it cracked. Piercer number 1. Want to see if I'm just toeing the water, just kind of FOMOing it here a little bit. I want to wait for the ideal is 2 red crosses in the bear zone.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
We're at the top where he began before.
Divergence down NQ on the 9.
We've got a divergent bowl on the slightly higher time frame, so I'm just hitting it to, yes, it's a FOMO because I'm not waiting here for the red arrow to show up.
Long NQ on the 4.
Remember, we've got 2 big bear zones, okay, here and up here, so he could come into both of those. Okay, there's cross 1. Little late Nate showing up. Okay, little late Nate and his buddy Timmy Timer.
Fib.NQ on the
Shares
4.
of US defense contractors rising after the US strikes
Enigma
Iran.
short from NQ4.
Enigma showing up, full position now.
7%. A General Dynamics up around 1.3%. Again, shares of US defense contractors
Fib.NQ on the
rising.
9. Fib.NQ on the 4.
Okay, red dot broken, so it means we could have a little more upside. There's finally the cross showing up. There's cross 1. Let's see if we get cross number 2.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Trump to the Department of Energy says
Fib.NQ
drill,
on
and
the
I
4.
mean now.
He sounds spicy this morning.
Seeing some weakness in WTI crude
Fib.NQ
dairy. Trump
on
makes
the
another
9. NQ on
post
the
on
40.
Truth Social to the Department of Energy says drill baby drill, and I mean now.
Double Delta NQ on the 4.
Waiting for that second red cross. Hopefully the red cross shows up here any moment.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Here comes King Timing. There's late Nate showing up again here in buyers. All right,
NATO's Russian
play into it.
Strikes on Iran were not in violation of international law. Brings us now to 5 minutes away till we get the US services and manufacturing PMI numbers.
Oh, I hate it when the numbers come out at this time of day.
S&P and manufacturing PMI forecast 51 on the prior 52, with a range of 51.3 to 49.5. Services forecast 52.9 on the prior 53.7, with a range of 53 to 52. and the composite PMI forecast 52.1 on the prior 53.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 4.
Okay, 9:41. News coming out here in 4 minutes.
Fib.NQ on the 40.
Alexa, stop. All right, that's my 3-minute warning. So 3 minutes till the news.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Pink dot. Oh, don't run without me, bro.
Fib.NQ on the 9. Enigma short on the NQ4.
All right, looks like a nice bull trap is set up there, but I'm still hearing the audio box clack. Let's see if we come back in. Super Enigma there at the top. We call the Super Moon and Super Dot. Right in front of the news. That's the unnerving part.
Fib.NQ on the 40.
Okay, red dot just came in up on the 40 into the Bollinger. Here. All into
Bands touch NQ on the 40.
that bear, but this bear had already made his money, so have to be careful on that one. The question is did this bear make his money?
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40. Upper bands
moved too fast in there for me to really assess that. Never got my second red cross in there, so that makes me a little bit nervous.
Manufacturing PMI.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40. Enigma short on the GC3. Enigma short on the NQ4.
Ten seconds.
Upper bands touch
52,
NQ
52,
on the 4, NQ on the 9.
Okay, finally cross showed up top.
On the 9.
Enigma along with it. It's getting wild.
And
Upper
composite
bands touch
PMI
NQ on NQ on the 9.
52.8, high forecast 52.1.
That is a mega late Nate in the wrong direction on me. Triple Enigma to the left. Let's see if they start to move it. 9:45. Those crosses are in the valley, so we are likely to rally. Hoping they push me down first. Get under those crosses, lock them in would be fantastic.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Green dots still being respected.
While domestic demand has strengthened, notably in manufacturing, to encourage higher employment, this in part reflects a boost from stock building, in turn often linked to concerns over higher prices and supply issues resulting from tariffs. This is according to Chris Williamson, who's the chief business economist at S&P. He said such a boost is likely to unwind in the coming months. Factory employment increased at the fastest pace in a year.
Fib.NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
China seeks 2027 gold production that will rise more than 5%.
Red cross came way too late.
Bands touch NQ
We have
on the
posted
40.
the S&P PMI report, the June prelim, on the feed for those interested.
Medium impact news event existing home sales.
Yeah.
Impact news event FOMC member Bowman speaks.
Okay, so P point up above. Hard to see. They're pushing big time.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Double delta NQ on the 40.
Like I said before, I really hate it when they push news at this time of day, right in the middle of the normal reversal time, 940 to 950.
S&P up around 0.25%.
The worst.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Double delta NQ on the 9.
Okay, first red ready DD after the bear zone area here. Let's see what happens. Let me get the measurement from the bottom up there. 567 ticks straight up here into that bear zone. I have not seen a big bull step in anywhere in there high time frame wise.
Touch NQ on the 40.
As I say that, little bull just stepped in right there in that spot on the level 40. I'm sorry, wow, level 40 range.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40. Double delta NQ on the 9. Double delta NQ on the 4.
In 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we'll see the release of the US existing home sales. Forecast 3.95 million on the prior 4 million,
on the 40.
the range of 4.12 million on the prior. Again, range of 4.12 million to 3.83 million expected. The change month over month, forecast minus 1.25%, minus 0.5%. We're also expecting comments from Fed's Bowman at the top of the hour. So that's Fed Vice Chair for Supervision Bowman speaks at the 2025 International Journal of Central Banking Conference with a text expected. According to a Politico reporter on X, US Senate Majority Leader Thune says the Senate will stay until the reconciliation bill is passed.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Okay, blue dot. No, blue dot still being held. So all green side structure still being adhered to.
On the 4.
Okay, there is the first retail cross on a top of a crown. On the bot chart, I can see it on the bot chart. I don't know why it's not. I didn't get one here. They're both on the 4s, but I do see it come up on the bot chart. There's a white cross right here at the top of the crown. Got a cluster of crosses on the ES. This is very interesting. Very interesting set of clustering here on the ES. Very interesting to watch this. Something major is coming right here. I'm hoping it's the downside drop. If it starts running up, I got to kill it. Uh, 9:52. 8 minutes till the housing numbers come out there.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Somebody ban Bradley. Okay, we got another cross on top of the crowns on NQ on the 4s. We can see it here. I don't know. There's another cross right here, top of crown on the 4s that I could see on the bots. It didn't show up here for some reason.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
In 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, see the release of the US existing home sales numbers. So this data is for the month of May. Forecasted 3.95 million on the prior 4 million, with a range of 4.12 million to 3.83 million expected. The change month over month is forecast of minus 1.25% on the prior minus 0.5%. We're also expecting comments from Fed Seeing a comment now from ECB's President Lagarde says, carefully watching commodity prices. Again, at the top of the hour, we're also expecting comments from Fed Bowman, who speaks on monetary policy and banking with the text expected.
So I'm going to remind myself from that little adventure there this morning. You heard me say, okay, I'm FOMO entering in because I didn't get my second cross in there. It never showed up. So I'm just reminding myself, looking back, to go, never got the second red cross in the bear, and I just played it anyway. Mistake. 956.
Fib.NQ.
The good news is they've been moving this up fast, so it's not going to last.
US Energy Secretary Wright answers
on
Trump
the 4.
Ask on drilling, says we're on it. So again, Energy Secretary Wright on X, responding to Trump's Truth Social post on drilling, says we're on it.
Fib.NQ on the 40.
3 minutes till the housing news.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Second cross 91. I'm sorry, 21904.
Double Delta NQ on the 9.
One minute remaining now. I'll lead with the US existing home sales.
I'm pretty sure we're about to come down hard. So there is 1, 2, 3 set right here on the higher time frame. Setting up a big bull trap right here. You can see it there on the 9s.
I crave a touch, a Bollinger Band touch. Looking
10 seconds.
I need them so much. Price expiration, no manipulation. Don't diddle in my middle. Resist the temptation.
Double Delta NQ on the
4.03
40.
million, 4.03.
Okay, there's Mega Late Nate and his double red buddy.
Down
8%
double
down.
Delta
Holy shnikes.
Seeing
Double
comments from
Delta
Fed Bowman now
NQ
that the
on the
data is
40.
not showing much impact from trade policy shifts. Government policy changes should lower inflation risks. Tariffs are likely to have a small impact on
Upper bands
inflation.
touch NQ
Progress
on the
on trade
40.
has lowered uncertainty over the outlook. The current
Upper
Middle
bands
East
touch
strife
NQ
could
on the
pressure
40.
up commodity prices.
Fib.
Labour market
NQ
is
on the
solid,
4.
but signs of softness are emerging. Again, just comments from Fed's Bowman coming through now in her text release as well. Seeing some weakness in the
Upper
US dollar, a
bands
little
touch
bit of strength
NQ on
in the
the
S&P
40.
500 following that text release and data from the US.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 89.
So these are the double red crosses that I wanted to have seen in this bear before, but now they're showing up late. It's good to kick myself later for that one. Easy to have just waited. Thanks, Whiskers. Glad you're getting something out of those.
For existing homes is up 1.3% at $422,800.
We've got big bulls in here and right above this bear. So the only thing they have to do, they have to allow, let's see, did they touch him? They did. They technically touched it too, didn't they?
For those interested.
Big bears came in, and so they only have to let this guy out once. Big bull stepping in on the 9s. I got to mark that up here. Big green all the way up through this area here. They came in through that news.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
So big bull stepping in through that whole leg right there. So we will be back here at some point here today. Yeah, there's too much. Yeah, it's a lot of news, like I was saying there this morning. Like they did it 9:45 and 10 a.m. and we got 11. It was a bunch. Yeah, I was just too tired to react properly in there this morning. Knew it as I came in. The no list screaming at me.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4.
Let's see how this headshot's dealt with here at the top of that zone.
We have posted out a live video of Fed's Bowman speaking on the feed for those interested.
Double Delta NQ on the 9.
We've also posted out Fed's Bowman's full speech on the feed.
Mega late Nate showing up, and I'm already too big though to take advantage of it. The beautiful Mega late Nate.
Double delta NQ on the 9.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says reforms quantitative
delta
easing
NQ
plan
on the 4.
not a reliable income source. US yields fall further after Bowman says a July rate cut is possible.
Divergence down NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
Fed's Bowman in the text did say that she would support a cut in July if inflation remains subdued. Bank of England's Governor Bailey says quantitative easing protected tax revenue. So these comments from Bailey are coming from a letter to Reform Deputy Leader Tice.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
Continued popcorn. Yeah, not for a moment.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40. Double delta NQ on the 9.
Ban Marvin.
Upper bands delta NQ on the 40.
Ban Dr. M.
Upper bands NQ on the 40. Double delta NQ on the 4.
Types of alpha, omega, cross, alpha, bullish, green, blue, omega, alphas are generally stronger, bullish, signaling green,
NQ on the 9.
Stronger bearish signal than red alphas. Data indicator plots color crosses when price reaches prior auction zone. Highs and lows and large algorithmic order flow activity is detected. Flow master alphas and omegas can indicate the beginning and end of an auction zone or market price swing where large amounts of activity could be taking place. There are 4 types of alpha omega crosses. Alpha bullish, green, blue, ooh, omega, red, pink, blue. Alphas are generally stronger bullish signal than green alphas. Like
Fib.NQ on the 4.
pink omegas are generally a stronger bearish signal than red alphas. Flow master AO indicator can should be tuned to a specific instrument and trading session being analyzed for complete details and instructions. Join us. There are 4 types of alpha omega crosses. Alpha bullish, blue, omega.
Russia's June refinery runs on track to be the highest this year.
Divergence up NQ on the 9.
All right, so we need to see if, so we had Big Bull in here, Big Bear's up here now. Big Bull's here. Will he defend it? The question is, did he run it 250 ticks? So the leg began right here.
NQ on the 4.
So I need to measure 250. Did he make 250? Yes, he did. 263. So this bull does not have to defend. Now, it doesn't mean that they can't. If you get 2 green crosses in there, then that would be a defensive move up inside of the bull if we get in there. So now this big bear needs to make his 250. So from the middle, I like to measure down 250. So that's 350. 250 will be
NQ on the 4.
basically right here where this white line is. I'm going to move it up slightly.
ECB's President Lagarde says interest rates' best tool is to tame inflation. So interest rates are the best tool to tame inflation. Lagarde adds there are other tools in the ECB's toolbox, but we prefer to use rates.
He's also in there on the higher time frame. This is all the way up on the optimized range. So they should be setting up a nasty bull trap in this area, and then 250 below. 250 could be 250 plus, which is what I'm hoping for. That is
All over $1 after hitting
Big Bear in there, high time frame.
earlier in the session.
And they came up here. They came up here fast, so it is not going to last. They run it up slow. It's going to go fast. Nah, not going to last. So exchange of hands. Green didn't mark this one from before. He is in
Down NQ on the
here.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
US 2 2-year Treasury yield falls after Bowman's comments, last down 5.3 basis points to around 4.322%. Keep in mind she did say that she would support a cut in July if inflation remains subdued.
$10:16. So we are about 6 minutes past coffee time. Russia's deputy foreign minister, when asked if Iran had requested military assistance, says we are working with Iran in various areas. It would be irresponsible to disclose the details of this cooperation. This is coming from Interfax. Again, Russia's deputy foreign minister, when asked if Iran has requested military assistance, says we are working with Iran in various areas. It would be irresponsible to disclose the details of this cooperation. TASS News report that Russia's Ryabkov says a strategic partnership between
Double
Russia and
Delta
Iran
NQ
is
on the four.
unbreakable. Iran has full right to self-defense.
Is that the first time we've heard Russia getting involved in this conflict as well? Okay, how big is that guy? Wow, no, Big Bull stepping in back behind the bear.
Divergence touch NQ on the 40.
Let's see. That is a crossover. That's going to be hard to label up.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
Tesla shares extend gains, last up 8.
Let's see, high time frame. So it was battled on the high time frame.
So sources say that Venezuela's second largest refinery has been halted due to a power blackout.
Whose refinery?
Delta
The
NQ
electric
on the
vehicle
40.
maker launched its much-anticipated driverless taxi service to some riders on Sunday, Analysts highlighted the low-key and limited nature of the rollout of this service in Austin, Texas.
Double delta NQ on the 4. Divergence down NQ on the 9.
Venezuela. So how is that? Okay. Are they, I mean, I hate to say it, but are they artificially boosting the price of crude oil? So they're like, oh, well, they're going to cut it off there. Let's cut it off in Venezuela too. Does anybody find that highly suspicious? I don't know about you, but I do. So let's see. Oil is offline in
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Iran. Let's make sure they can't get it from Venezuela. Let's shut down some plants in Venezuela as well. That sounds like black ops to me. And Trump just said, drill, baby, drill, drill, like right now. It's like he knew. Did he not just give this? Was that not the bat signal of like,
China Foreign Ministry
he knew like there was something about to happen down in Venezuela because, you know, what, CIA intelligence services are saying things like, hey, they're probably going to take down other refineries too to like blast the
upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
Oil markets. That's what it sounds like to me.
US 10-year Treasury yields fall after Bowman says open to cutting rates as soon as July. Last down around 4.9 basis points.
Hey, yeah, everyone.
5.9%.
I'm watching.
10-year Treasury yields. 2-year Treasury yields falling as well.
It's quite common power blackout in Venezuela. So, question then.
Divergence down.
Why is this the first time I've ever heard of a power outage in Venezuela? Like literally coming across like the major news wires. Oh, it just happened to be coincidentally. Just okay. Maybe it's common. It's on your news all the time. That's not on mine. Right.
CNN, quoting a senior Iranian official, calls for a temporary ceasefire. Calls for a temporary ceasefire are a ruse aimed at assessing our willingness to continue the war. So to repeat that, CNN, quoting a senior Iranian official, says the calls for a temporary ceasefire are a ruse aimed at assessing our willingness to continue the war.
Jagged on the tape. Jagged on the side of that mountain on the 9s. Big play coming. What time is it? 9:24. 6 minutes before the end of coffee time. And we've got Jagged on the tape. Jagged warning in the chat.
Algo box. Hit that like. Tap is nice. Hit that like. Don't think twice. Hit that like. Boom.
Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 40.
One click, one tap, let's go. Are you ready?
4 minutes.
Vinny Emini, Algo, they're the kings of the trade. ICT, you a joke, your strategy's just a charade. Michael J, huddle stay, you ain't real, you're a fake. Talk about trade a lie, but all you do is simulate. Vinny got strategies, he be stacking them pips. Algo box got the algorithms making money flip. ICT, you can't compete, your analysis is weak. Michael J, you ain't got the
So this is what the 89 looks like. So it got its 1,000 tick range there into the divergence. Golden ropes way down below us, 21,900s on the 89. High time frame. Big time frames are in play. We can, I think we can thank Trump for that. The Trump thump is coming.
CNN, quoting a senior Iranian official, says the war could last 2 years and we are prepared for that.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Wait, who said the war could last for 2 years? Hold on. I hope they put that on their chat. The war could last for 2 years? Who said that? There's calls for temporary repairs. The war could last 2 years. CNN quoting a senior Iranian official. Okay.
The war could last 2 years, and we are prepared for that. CNN quoting a senior Iranian official.
Iran thinks... Do they think they could make it 2 years against the United States? Okay. Well, watching revelationary events unfold before our eyes. What a beautiful time to be alive, and also very dangerous. Wild.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4. Two-finger NQ on the 40.
The British government issues a warning to UK citizens in Qatar
Fib.NQ on
to
the
shelter
4.
in place until further notice.
I don't know. Is he like voice swallowing today, or is it just me? I gotta turn up the volume. I can't. Every time I keep going. What did he just say? All right, I gotta turn the volume up. Hopefully, it doesn't get picked up through the microphone and get some reverb going. But I can't understand what he's saying, bro. Stop whispering in your microphone, bro. You've got major current events going on, and you're over there whispering like it's Tuesday. It's Monday, bro. We are prepared for a war that could last 2 years. Iran talking tough again with CNN reporting. Okay. Let's see. British government issues a warning to the UK citizens in Qatar to shelter in place until further notice. In Qatar. Okay. I am terrible with geography, so I'm going to look this up on a map.
British government issues a warning to UK citizens in Qatar to shelter in place until further notice.
All right, let me see Qatar on a map here.
Says inflation expectations are going to be a driving force in measuring how persistent supply shocks are.
Like a peninsula off of Saudi Arabia. On the Gulf states. Yeah, it looks like it's surrounded by water, kind of thing. So there's Qatar, Saudi Arabia here, Qatar here.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
And they're telling them to shelter in place.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Does Qatar have a lot of beaches? Looks like there's like, that's a lot of beaches. There's some nice beaches in Qatar.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, somebody knows something. It's amazing. Let me see some beach images from Qatar here.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Qatar both say, let's let AI read this out here to me here.
Qatar boasts a variety of beautiful beaches, ranging from developed public spaces to more secluded and natural settings. Some popular options include Qatara Beach in Doha, known for its cultural attractions and water sports, and Sime Isma Beach, which is family-friendly with calm waters. For a more adventurous experience, Kir Al Adade, Inland Sea, offers stunning desert landscapes and unique coastal scenery. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 4. The British government issues a warning to UK citizens in Qatar to shelter in place until further notice. Divergence down NQ on the 9.
time we step in the market. Only about half the industry, but we collect our fees. Profit straight to our pockets, we go on our way. Couldn't care less about haters who wish they were us. Wouldn't want to be us for a day. Wouldn't want to wear our shoes for a day. You stuck in a rut, and that's just sad. It's a good day not to be you. Sitting at home, watching the charts all day. Small beat from scams.
Two finger NQ on the 40. Fib.NQ on the 4. Two finger NQ on the 40.
They're big on natural gas. So there are a bunch of natural gas refinery kind of stuff there. Great. So they shut down Venezuela. Then they're gonna hit Qatar too and shut down nat gas supplies, or what? Do we have a bunch of military installations in Qatar? You know that they're looking for targets, right?
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Now, while Iran may be disabled, if Russia steps in,
NQ on the 4.
then we definitely have World War III coming then. All right, I need to take a quick break here. I'll be right back.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4.
ECB's President Lagarde says
Fib.NQ
conflict in the
on the
Middle
4.
East could impair oil supply. An oil supply shock could trigger secondary effects.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Hell to the Muppets, to the ICT sock puppets, selling bottoms, buying tops, crying over Algo box. Why so angry? Why so dumb? Why not coming? Living in your basement while we catching that retracement. Moonshot, headshot, PRZ with bib dot. Moonshot, headshot, PRZ with bib dot.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Headshot, PRZ with bib dot. Moonshot, headshot, PRZ with bib dot. Michael Mikey, mental midget, cause his IQ just one digit. Selling snake oil to the blind, youthful dreamers, unrefined. See the error of your ways. Finally come and see what pays. Just let Santa fill your socks. Feel the power of Algo box. Moonshot, headshot, PRZ with bib dot. Moonshot, headshot, PRZ with bib dot. Moonshot, headshot, PRZ with bib dot. Moonshot, headshot, PRZ with bib dot.
US crude futures fall over $1 after
Double
touching their
delta
highs
NQ on
since
the
January
4.
early in the session.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
Seeing Tesla shares extend advance to 10% after robo-taxi debut.
Divergence down NQ on the touch NQ on the 40. Double delta NQ on the 4. Double delta NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
UK's Foreign Secretary Lamy says we're prepared to defend our personnel
Double delta NQ
and
on the
assets
9.
in the Middle East and those of our allies.
Lower bands news event German food President Nagel speaks. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40. Double delta NQ on the 4. Double delta NQ on the 9.
So just a reminder, at the top of the hour, we're expected to hear from ECB's Nagel. ECB's Nagel giving a speech on regulatory challenges for central banks in Freiburg im Breisgau, Germany.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Impact News Event German Bubo President Nagel speaks. Divergence up NQ on the 9.
China's foreign ministry official met with Iran's ambassador to China, according to foreign ministry statement.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Alrighty then. So high time frames in play. There's the best entry for that short there on the super dot divergent bull touch multi-confluence high time frame. Like I said earlier, I'm still tired this morning. Got another coffee here, hoping to kind of wake myself up here, and you might need to do some some push-ups, some sit-ups, maybe some leg work there to try to get awake. Had some late nights this weekend trying to get the website updated.
Iran says
We've got Jagged on the tape. 10:55. Jagged on the tape.
saying our response to US
Big move coming.
proportionate.
The attack on the United States will be proportionate? Is that what they said? Hold on. Dude, why is this guy whispering this stuff this morning? Dude, he's as tired as I am on a Monday. What is the deal? Bro. I get it. We all have Mondays. I mean, today is Monday for me. I'm exhausted. But yeah, sounds like Financial Juice guy is just as tired. He's like, oh, well, you know, we got some war news. Like, we've got the biggest bombs in the world blowing up right now and the biggest threats ever. So, yeah.
NQ on the 9.
Great job. Good news, guys. Yeah. Chief of Staff of Iran says our response to U.S. attacks will be proportionate. Yeah. Yeah, how about that, bro? I took my mushroom coffee this morning, so I'm totally zinned out like a mofo. Yeah, bro. Take it easy. We just got, you know, nuclear arms race going on and people blowing up each other's nukes and stuff. You know, it's typical Monday, you know. Russia joining forces with Iran, you know, yeah. It's like, you know, standard practice, you know what I'm saying? No problem. Easy breezy. No big deal. All right, let's read that again.
Thank you on the 9. Chief of Staff of Iran's Armed Forces. Our response to U.S. attacks will be proportionate.
Okay, so tell me what's a proportional attack to attacking someone's nuclear sites? I'm gonna need you to come in and trade on a Sunday. Yeah. Somebody's got a case of the Mondays. Okay, let's see if they defend it. Yeah, and they do. So first touch of the bull with a pop-up there. Should have peeled half. But speaking of tired, like I'm tired, guys. Oh, my no list was screaming at me there this morning. But I'm committed. I'm committed. Told you guys I'll be here. So, I don't know if I should apologize for you guys kind of having to see me be in a tired day, but it is what it is. We've got Jagged on the tape. We should be definitely paying attention. Jagged on the tape. Bottom of the mountain there. Big play. On the way.
Lower bands touching you on the 40.
Probably one of the easiest indicators. It looked like we had somebody who was dumb enough to speak in points in my room said the market won't give back even, what do you say, 15 points? Well, now you have to do math. Now you're like, okay, 15 points. Well, 4 ticks and a point, so I'm going to do 4 times 15. 4 times 15 is 60. Okay, so what he means is market's not going to even pull back 60 ticks, and yet here we are. I'm up 107 ticks right now. So as soon as a retailer comes in and starts speaking in points and then giving guarantees, market's not going to go even 16 points, bro. I should be tripling down. So thank you to the clown who came in our room talking in points. It's a pet peeve of mine. Don't speak in points here. Ticks and ticks alone. There's literally no point. Get it? Point. Speaking in points. Pointless. Anyhow. I love that they say it though, but I suggest you say it in other rooms, the ones that we trade against. Let's have a peek. Let's see. Let's make sure we don't miss a good giveaway. Let's see, is Giveaway Boy doing his giveaway yet? Let's see.
Fib.NQ on the 40.
Comments come through from ECB's Nagel now. Says the ECB should stay flexible and data dependent. We're in a good position on interest rates. It's unclear if tariffs are inflationary or disinflationary. Quantitative tightening only has a minor impact on ECB's monetary policy stance. There's no concern over ECB passively phasing out bond purchases, and says the ECB can't commit on a rate path given the high uncertainty. Middle East and US trade policy is causing uncertainty.
Giving away Tradeify accounts today with Giveaway Boy. Not yet, but I'll send you guys a link here anytime when they start getting those giveaways going. Okay, so they defended it on first touch.
Double delta NQ on the 4.
EU Foreign Policy Chief Kalla says, I aim to approve the 18th Russia sanctions package this week.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Divergence down NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 4.
White soundbar on the top of the screen, indicator from Algo box or Microsoft. No, I've got that. It's an equalizer built into OBS. Just talking about this one up here.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
That's Stream Magic.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Ban Hutto Hamilton. Go through boot camp if you really want to know, but I don't believe it. I think you're full of shit.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Learn to trade, bro. Learn to trade. Go back to your ICT live stream. That doesn't exist. Learn to work a position, or keep delivering my fries, bro. Keep delivering my fries. Just make sure the fries are in the bag. Make sure they're salty. The bots are currently, people are asking about the bots. The bots are currently down $855 on the bots. So we launched those at the beginning of the YouTube stream. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, check out Full Auto Fridays. Go through the Full Auto training. If you're wanting to see the setup at the beginning of the stream, make sure you get there early.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4.
Okay, headshot, top of the zone, into the bowl. Let's see if it's gonna crack or whack. Is the audible time and sales of
DCDMNQ
an Algo Box product? Yes, it is. Is it visible on the chart? Yes, it is. Yeah, it's called
3-month bills.
Audio Box
$2 billion.
inside of Algo Box.
And 6-month bills total $2.9 billion.
Yeah, go through the boot camp, click on algoboxpro.com, click on training, go through the 8-day boot camp. It's not really 8 days, it's 8 sessions. If you can absorb it, well, you can absorb it as fast as you can. I would make sure you take notes, do active watching, don't passively watch it. You need to actively take notes through that, that training, in my opinion, or you're doing yourself a disservice. But grab it while it is free. It literally says it at the top. It'll be behind a paywall soon, so make sure you grab it while it's in the free training section on our website. Just click training at the top, go through those 8 videos. It'll start you out getting installation set up, workspaces, all that kind of stuff. Then I will show you the fundamentals of each component. And then when you get through down to about videos 5, 6, and 7, well, 5 through 8 there, but it starts in 5 where we start bringing them all together into strategies. You'll learn every strategy, everything is walked through and guided along the way, as well as your practice. There are also quizzes for that as well, to kind of lock it in. Quizzes help you to lock it in. They are fighting to make it to that noonday pivot, but I have a feeling with all of this craziness, I feel like the day will probably end with markets down around 1% or more. Would be my best guess. They covered the gap on the 89. There's the giant gap. They close it up, and then they're, you know, making everybody believe in hopium, like everything's fine, no need to panic, no need to panic, no need to panic. And then they'll close the market down about 1%. Then overnight it'll probably be down 3 or 4%, and the panic won't start till tomorrow. That's my best guess.
Two-finger NQ on the 40.
If crude oil does go up as much as they are anticipating that it would from Iran, and now they're playing the game of Venezuela, now they're playing the game of Qatar and shutting that down kind of globally, then the inflationary aspect of that will be huge. And then people will stop buying stuff other than food, shelter, clothing, blah, blah, blah.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
We're not to the noonday shift point yet. Still have about 40 minutes to that. If it happens early, then then my prediction will be 100% on. If it's not, they run it up to noon. Well, then they're going to be on time. There's going to be a Tradeify TV now. So are all the trader funding programs going to eventually have their own TV programs? Is that the new thing? That'll be awesome. I mean, talk about being able to just, like, there's people forced to make trade calls in retail mindset, bro. It's gonna be a gold mine. Retail run strategy is gonna be amazing.
Fib.NQ on the 40.
The last day of 8-week bootcamp, we'll go through the 120-day. After that, I was curious, do you show how to change our settings to match your chart so we can follow along on the lives? So I put my, if you go to the community settings, did you not catch that in the videos already? This is what I mean by like, y'all have to actively participate. You have to take notes. I talked about the community settings area on the left-hand side. You go to community settings and my workspace is there for you to just download. Or you can come to a live stream and, you know, ask if there's a particular setting that you're not understanding. You can definitely ask those. Obviously not when I'm in the middle of a heavy trade, but you know, any other time, feel free to, you know, ask those. And, or if we're on a break, you know, opportune times to ask those questions. But there's community settings on the left-hand side that you have access to as a premium member, where you can download my workspace, and then you'll have all my settings instantly, kind of thing. You can just put it in your workspaces, open the workspace, and, you know, hunt around and see what settings I've got on everything. I got a little bit of a unique configuration because I've got a 4K to the left in elongated format. I've got portrait mode on the right, and then a center 4K center. But yeah, if you're wondering like, well, why don't we include it in the installation? Because again, this is for the live streams to showcase. I wouldn't lay it out like this if it were, you know, just me. But the problem with showing too many charts for people coming out here, like they get overwhelmed and they're like, oh, they don't understand, and then they just get anxiety of
fib.nq on the 4.
Wouldn't be able to do it, but go through 8-day boot camp. You should be able to get it. I don't have crosses where you have your previous two. Okay, so according to the notes, if you took notes, then what is AO tuning? Pop quiz. What is AO tuning? Did you do AO tuning? Are you set to 5s like you're supposed to on the 4s? No? Cool. Active note taking things tricky. I'm almost done with the boot camp. Almost, but I got 15,000 questions about stuff that I didn't. Yeah, okay, well. Finish it out. Go to the AO tuning video like it says. Well, no, I wanted to do it yesterday. Okay, well. Like I tell my kids, just because you want it, it does not mean you get it.
fib.nq on the 4, fib.nq on the 9.
Okay, the first sets of green structures are being broken. I'm going to start participating in my bot account as well. Turn off full auto to in queue. What's our time? 11:25, 26. Okay. Is the turn going to show up an hour early? It is. Is the 12:30 going to show up at 11:30? Let's find out. If it does, man, we'll end the day. They'll probably be running it to, like I said, -1, maybe 2% tops overnight, probably deep red.
So we're seeing some confirmation here. So it was the Amwaj website reported from a senior Iranian political source that an Iranian attack on American assets in the region will likely occur in the coming hours. He added that the decision to do so has been made, but discussions are still underway between the political echelon and military commanders regarding the exact targets of the attack.
Dude, what are they doing? Is this wars, and is this what wars and rumors of wars looks like, where they literally start telling people like, what happened to the element of surprise and things? Normal military, are we beyond conventional?
Social here says, did I hear that former President Medvedev from Russia casually throwing around the nuclear word, saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran? Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? So again, just comments from Trump on Truth Social.
Senior Iranian political source: Iran is likely to attack U.S. military facilities in the coming hours, Iranian media. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4.
So if you didn't have those crosses back where I had them, change your AO tunings to 5 and see if you have them then. Also, don't forget it's Monday, so you should have 3 days of data. So do you have 3 days of data? Number 1. 2, do you have AO tuning set to 5 on the AO4s? No, you can't see. Here we go. So I'm on the 4s. Move that down there. So 4s, Alpha Omega tunings 5s, and then let me know what you got.
Enigma long on the NQ4.
So we're shortly expecting the results from the US.
Okay, so that Enigma, that is Enigma audio box, so we can step short on that to target the back of the Enigma. Inside, well, we're outside the fiddle zone and we've got audio box, so Enigma, go in the direction of the audio box for the target.
We have put out the Amwaj article, again, Iranian retaliation against US attacks, most probably hours away. So we've put that link on the feed for those interested.
Okay, Big Bear showed up, touching the top of the Big Bull. Big Bull has already made his money, so Big Bear wants to make his money, 250 ticks.
IDS said they struck Hezbollah military sites in
Double
Lebanon.
Delta NQ on the 4.
All right, I'm going to peel some off right here on my bot account.
Touch NQ on the 40.
We got the double ready DD.
Hezbollah military sites in
Lower
Lebanon.
bands touch NQ on the 40. Lower bands touch NQ on the 89.
Okay, a little bit. Whoa, Big Bull. Okay, Big Bull stepping right back in.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
EU plans to sell 70 billion euros of EU bonds in the second half of 2025.
I'm going to re-engage on the bot account here.
Spot 195%.
Ping timing.
Cover of 3.49, 3.49. The US sold $79 billion, awarded 5% of bids at high. For 6-month bills, the high rate was 4.12%, 4.12%. The bid to cover of 2.7, 2.7. The US selling $71 billion and awarding 27.38% of bids at high.
I've kind of already labeled that up, but you know, he's in there. We could extend this down. To the bottom of that leg there. So look for double reds inside for the ideal entry location. So my bot account, I'll be waiting for double red inside the bear. Okay, let me read what Trump said one more time. Here's what Trump said.
Trump, did I hear former President Medvedev, from Russia, casually throwing around the N-word, nuclear, and saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran? Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? Truth Social post. Double delta NQ on the 4.
Okay, watch for bull traps. That's what he said.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Two finger NQ on the 40. Lower bands touch NQ on the 89. Double delta NQ on the 9.
Read that one more time.
Trump, did I hear former President Medvedev, from Russia, casually throwing around the N-word, nuclear, and saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran? Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? Truth Social post.
Trying to be patient, waiting for that double red cross. Again, they could run it up for a bull trap, and what we want to see is run it up for the bull trap and see double red inside the big bear. That's what I'm looking for.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Okay, red dot, kind of broken there.
He's just a fraud. It's all about precision and timing. No facade. Algo box making moves, never reclining. Every trade calculated, no emotion in the mix. We profit off the dips and ride the bullish kicks. I'm stacking my cash. You stuck in the past. You ain't never gonna trade like this. Moving too fast. You can't even catch up to my daily flips. Check out my gains. I'm owning this grip. I'm out here with NinjaTrader making big moves. Algo box traders always in the groove. Vinny Emini got us trading making plays. We exposed ICT show he's all fake. Yeah, you see us winning, can't keep up with our stride. You're just mad cause you're not in the league. You were supposed to out-trade us, but what happened? It looks like you never did, just napping. We never fumbled a trade, always hit the mark. You talk like you're skilled, but you're just a spark. You front like you're big, but you ain't seen a stack. We double our profits while you're left in the black. You had your moment, but we came through. Right there, that was the end for you. Look, it's what I'm holding it from the streets. On God, none of this came for cheats. On God, y'all never getting this back. If I talk something, step up, let's have a trade off about it. Every day they talk, but who gon' do something about it? You're at home watching this count. NinjaTrader and the crew, the masters of the game. Algo traders, so we're ready to claim. We hit hard every time we step in the market. On V by half the industry, but we collect our fees. Profits to our pockets, we go on our way. Couldn't care less about haters who wish they were us.
Just one trade away. If you wanna take it all back, make us all connected. I know you even when you're not expecting. You know I've got
They are not afraid. Maybe it's because they're looking forward to the 72 virgins. Anybody got an info like why 72? I've never understood the 72 thing. Like they're not gonna, try to put Solomon to shame, and I say to shame, but they're not gonna try to, give Solomon level harems. Like what's the deal? Like why 72?
I can see the signs. I can see the signs. What's your next move? It's all over the camera shining right through. 'Cause I can see the lines. I can see the lines. I can hear the pings from my Algo box. Listening to the market's rhythm as it talks. We're in sync even if you're offline. Double belt to rise and stay in line. Who'd have thought
J-hook short NQ on the 4. Divergence up NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ on the 89. Double delta NQ on the 4. Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
So we're seeing reports that Qatar suspends traffic over its airspace. So again, Qatar temporarily suspending air traffic in its airspace to protect residents, citizens and visitors.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Missed my big target there by a few ticks.
Touch NQ on the 40.
Their Super AO came in to push them back up. Yeah, we never got the double red in there, so again, I'm waiting on the bot account to hit double reds inside there. Qataris know something because they play both sides. Oh, is that right? Yeah, if you got any details on that, I'm interested. Jeffrey, you targeting? Have you been through the boot camp yet, Jeffrey? You need to make sure you go through the boot camp, algoboxpro.com. Even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't get it unless you've been through the boot camp. We're not speaking the same language. And 24 divided by 3 is 8. Oh, it's giveaway time. Who wants a funded next account giveaway boy? Hey, let's go see giveaway boy. All right, giveaway boy is oh shoot, I'm on. I didn't even make my admin. Hold on a second. Let's see. Add Vinny Emini. There we go. There's links to go get, is it Funded Next? Now, I wouldn't trust Funded Next to throw a stick at. I got a lot of reasons for that, but it's free, so you may as well grab it. Although it's you can waste time. Unfortunately, like time has a cost to it as well, so you can spend a lot of time. But there's Funded Next giveaway going on there. Link there in the chat. Go hit up giveaway boy.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
They market. We trade the market. Cringe. Well, Giveaway Boy just even admitted recently that Funded Next, he's on payroll with Funded Next. Like, Funded Next literally pays him to advertise. So he's not just a percentage thing. He literally is a paid employee of Funded Next. So that should tell you everything. And their strategy is to DCA across accounts. And then, of course, what do you do when you go to get your big payout? Well, they look at all your accounts. Oh, looks like you DCA'd across accounts. I'm sorry. Thank you for playing, but all those accounts that you bought because your Furu told you to do that. Oh, sorry. Oh, but wait a minute. Oh, but Pocket Pooper told me I could. Well, that's cute. Thank you. We'll keep all your money. Lots of prop firm chatter out there. Which one will fail next? Yeah, I saw posted a video from what is the name of that channel? Futures for Our Future? Wait. What do they call it? FFF. Futures for Our Future. Does the kind of the weekly AI funded trader news stuff. Man, they talked about a lot of the drama going on there around that.
NQ on the 4.
It was a very interesting set of chats for sure. Still have not seen the 2 red crosses yet. Yeah, I really enjoy those actually.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
That's got to be a lot. I mean, that is a lot of work they put into those videos too. So give credit where credit's due. They do a lot of great work there.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Yeah, they're like, we're gonna bash them, but hey, this is still the only way we make money.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Ban Fernando Romero.
Divergence down NQ on the 9.
Just make sure my fries are in the bag, bro. Salt the fries. Make sure you put them in the bag before you deliver them to me. Hot and on time or no tip. Best tip of the day there for you. Tell ICT to get in a competition or tell him to stay quiet and don't threaten my family ever again. Feel free to send him the message that I'm not done with him. Waiting for the 2 red crosses.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 89.
There's cross 1. Mega late Nate. Okay, I'll toe in right here. I know it's FOMO. I tried to wait, but that is a mega late Nate. Bots are currently up 37.55 on the bot accounts. But Daddy's about to step in with them here if we get double red.
WTI crude erases earlier loss of as much as 1.7%.
That's red 1 with a mega late Nate.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
Oh, come on. Give me a second one.
We got divergence on the nines. We could get a move right here.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
We don't like to take anything.
Well, if I had known they were just going to dive bomb off of the first one, I would have gotten bigger.
I'm taking the moonshot.
I've got 12 on the bots there on the mega late Nate. Come back to it.
Put the stop right behind the cross. I'm listening for audio box.
Deuce.
I love the boom, boom, boom.
Okay, full position there on the mega late Nate.
I am at my full position now. Hold for the opposing signal. Hold for the opposing signal. Hold for the opposing.
Mega late Nate calls highs and lows all the time.
Target filled. Get
So according to satellite images, the Americans evacuated planes from the base of Qatar in advance.
Go for it, John. Smash that ban button, bruh. Dear ICT Muppet, ICT pretended to code the market. I actually coded the market. Have a nice day. ICT just wishes he could be me. I coded the Enigma. He pretends like he did my work. What a jerk.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 9.
Okay, headshot on king timing still being adhered to. Let's see. Ooh, blue dots on the 9s. Blue dots call lows all the time. Yoicks. All right, so we're going to get a bounce up there. Again, I really wish I would have had the double red arrow. They're going to come back to my point of entry. They missed it by a tick. Right back. There's the second one. Okay. That is the second red, is it not? Can I count? Yep. There's the second one. All right, so now I am getting in on the bot account. Top of the bowl. So blue dot called the low. Blue dot shot it up into the bowl. Came up fast. Smooth leg, smooth sexy leg. You know I don't trust those. So touch into the bowl. Looking for the completion to the white line.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
There are 4 types of alpha omega crosses. Alpha bullish, green, blue, omega,
I had the extra coffee. I have to take a quick break. Be right back.
alpha's a generally stronger bullish signal than green alphas. Likewise, pink omegas are generally a stronger bearish signal than red alphas. Flow master AO indicator should be tuned to the specific instrument and trading session being analyzed. For complete details and instructions, join us. There are 4 types of alpha omega crosses. Alpha bullish, green, blue, omega, pink, blue. Alphas are generally stronger bullish signal than green alphas. Likewise, pink omegas are generally a stronger bearish signal than red alphas. AO indicator should be tuned to the specific instrument and trading session being analyzed. For complete details and instructions, join us. Join us.
So according to an open source intelligence reporter on X, the airspace over the US Al Udeid airbase
bands
in
touch
Qatar is
NQ
now
on the
officially
40.
closed, according to a new NOTAM.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Okay, coming in here into King timing. So there was that second red cross. Waited for it like a boss. Up 7,000 on the play now on the bots. Waited for it, crushed it. That's why we wait for the second red cross. Butamus. Up over 11,000 in that account now. Let's see if we get all the way to that big white line down below. There's 10,000, 11,000. Oh, green cross. All right, I'll peel half right there.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
There's the 250, 250 ticks on the big bear.
Divergence up NQ.
Almost there. Okay, and there we go. Kill that on the bot. double green cross inside of the bull. So I'll look for places to re-add after that spot right here.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Those are not of opposing colors there. So we could reverse, but I've got my big target right down below. Gonna try to be greedy as I possibly can to make the maximum amount out of this. And we've got steady selling through on the 9s. You see that right there? It's not like some big spike. It is consistent.
Turkish companies are cancelling flights to the UAE. Some
There we go.
The UAE is planning to shut its airspace too.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40. Fib.NQ.
Okay, and there is a big blue dot right there on the money.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
I gotta pay for my greediness.
Lower bands.
Oh, boo. Trying to really push it. Trying to really push it. All right, so fingers on triggers, back on the bot account. Bots up 12,680 so far, closing out on that position. And I'll be looking for plays. There's a cipher, so I will sell the first red in the down move. First red structure, they cracked it. Okay, so that is helpful to the bull side. Listening for audio box. King timing. Listen for audio box. Well, I helped the bots out a little bit there, like that. Okay, there they are, and okay, back in on the bot account. Excuse me. First cipher, then we got the ready DD along with it. So RTFA event plus the structure. So combo is there. Stop would be above the ready DD. Dano, good morning, beautiful people. Enigma bot did my trading today. Flawless, up $890 with just the bot alone. Way to go, Dan. Happy to hear it, sir.
To the Iranian president on X, he says, "We neither started the war nor wanted it, but we will not leave the aggression against Greater Iran unanswered."
Okay, there's big talking.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 4.
All right, on the green dot, I'll peel some off there. 15,585 there on the bots. Trying to hold out the super greedy play. Big bear, and now there's a second big bear in there. Now, there can be a monster up move first into the ether of this area
Fib.NQ
to get a nice juicy bull trap. It is 12:07, so we're looking between 12 and 12:30. You know, they can sometimes pull those crazy reversals. Between 12 and 12:30.
According to Fox News, imminent threat of Iranian attack.
Thanks, Leon. Appreciate that, sir.
Airbase in Qatar. So as expected, again, we did see Qatar close the airspace above this US airbase in Qatar. Fox News now reporting there's an imminent threat from an Iranian attack at this US airbase in Qatar.
Okay, so as we thought from before with the Qatar talk that they would target U.S. assets in Qatar, right? Oh man, that makes me sad. There's, we touched 300. I saw 302.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
But look, they're almost making that too easy for retail, so I would not be surprised to see some massive up move first.
Divergence
12:10.
on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 4.
Bouncing off of it again. All right, so I was overly precise here today, multiple times. Tapped twice. I was trying to be greedy, but hoping I was a little bit wrong about that spot and that I'd have a little more room through it, but no, it has hit it twice and we're getting the pop-up. Okay, selling the first cipher on the bot account there. Bear's in charge, so I'll take red structures. Cipher adhered to, so Bear's still in control. Talking about the Patriot missiles. Yeah, they're walking through the cipher. Hey Cal, happy Monday, sir. Great to see you.
Double Delta NQ on the 4.
Okay, there's the Super AO. I'll get in on that on the bot account. Listening for audio box to get big.
Whoa. They disbelieved on the faith basis only that I was taking every single trade that I showed examples of. And normally I do a pretty in-depth editing process. Algo box. Yeah. Hit the like, tap it nice, hit the like, don't think twice. Hit that like. Hit that like.
King timing. Listening for audio box. There we go.
NQ on the 40.
So seeing some more colour from this Horowitz on X as a reporter says French and British jets are airborne over the Middle East. The UAE preparing to close its airspace according to some reports. Saudi and Qatari jets are also scrambling. So again,
Okay, jets in the air.
over the threat to Iranian aggression over a US airbase in Qatar, the Al Udeid airbase.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
So following the reports as well, we're now seeing reports that US jets are scrambling over Saudi Arabia.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
China now urging citizens in Qatar to avoid the Al Udeid airbase.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Yeah, well, I'll do a small account challenge thing in July. I mean, I understand. You guys want to see small account stuff. I get it. But we'll do small account in July 7th. So 7-7. Ball account challenge 7-7. You guys find me a contender. Tell ICT to step up to the plate. He's got a tiny PP, so tell him to put his little tiny PP on the line. Let's go. More fun when you have some influencer on the line along with you.
Divergence up NQ on the 9.
Okay, coming down, touch my big white line. This will be the third time. I think she's going to break through. $17, $18. $19. $17.
Double delta NQ on the NQ on the 40. Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
No, they are holding that line multiple times now.
Double delta NQ
Floating
on
it.
the 4.
Floating it. Okay, that is a DDSR, so that's probably an up move of 40 to maybe 90 some odd ticks here. I'm going to respect it. I'm going to look to readjust here on
Axios
the bots.
reports the Trump administration preparing for an Iran attack on the US Gulf bases. Again, Axios reporting Trump administration preparing for an Iranian attack on US Gulf bases. So Axios there citing US officials on the potential Iran attack in the Gulf.
So DDSR. Got my fingers on the triggers on the bot account. Trying to ride out the Cyborg account. Correct. Beautiful. King timing. King timing. This could be it. High time frames coming into play. $16. $17. Go through the bootcamp Viltrax or Vilstrack. Will you please get a new name? You guys, if you want to be taken seriously, give yourself a name. It doesn't have to be your real name. Give yourself a name, a call sign, something that people can call out in the chat. Don't make me sit here and say Vilstrax Trading Basics. Shut up, dude. Get a pronounceable. Have respect for other people who have to refer to you. Take yourself a little seriously. Stop with the nonsense.
Divergence up NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ
Butamus.
on the 40. Double delta NQ on the 4.
22. And I'll close it there on the Super AO. 23,000 on the bots. Closing out on the Third green cross in the series. Super AO
Lower
might have a
bands
pop up
touch
there.
NQ on the 40.
Go through basic training, bro. Go through the boot camp. Have you finished boot camp yet? Haven't finished boot camp yet? Then, I mean, we're not even talking the same language, bro. Get another account where I can refer to you. Henry, James, John, Jimmy, Tony. If I have to say Ville's tracks again, I'll just ban your account. Like I'm not messing around with you guys.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 89.
This is not an ICT Muppet room, okay? You want to go follow streamers and you want to fart around, there's plenty of those out there. They market, we trade the market. Well, if you finish the boot camp, you know I said take yourself seriously, get a new name. A pronounceable name, just like you would in real life. You wouldn't come up to somebody, shake their hand, and say, "Hi, I'm Vilstrax." You want to start with a V? Vicky. Victoria. I don't care.
Divergence up NQ on the 9.
See if we're going to get a 500. That's 440. Cracking through. We got a structural potential bounce here. Structural. And 50 cent on the 89. Sergio, amazing stream. What is your suggestion about Enigma settings? I'm trying to fine tune it a bit. Have you been through boot camp? Okay, 470, 475, 480.
Double delta NQ on.
Okay, I'll peel half right here on the Super AO.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Look for a pop-up to add to position.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Lower bands touch NQ on the 49. Double delta NQ on the 9.
So according to sources, war risk shipping insurance rates for voyages to the Middle East Gulf jumped to spot 5% from spot 2 to spot 3% a week ago following the US strikes on Iran.
Okay, we are at the bottom of that bear from before. Remember this? We're at the bottom here. We'll see.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 9.
Headshot king timing.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 9. NQ on the 40.
So according to Western diplomats saying there has been a credible Iranian threat against the US-run Al-Udeid airbase in Qatar since noon today. So again, this is now according to Western diplomats being cited by the wires. Confirmation now that there has been a credible Iranian threat against the US-run airbase in Qatar. Wall Street Journal reports Iran moves launches for possible attacks on US
Double
forces.
Delta NQ
Again,
on the
Wall
40.
Street Journal reporting that Iran moves launches for possible attacks on US forces.
DCDM NQ on the 4.
Snake oil to the blind, youthful dreamers, unrefined. See the error of your ways. Finally come and see what pays. Just let Santa fill your socks. Feel the power of Algo box. Moonshot, headshot, PRZ with bib.
Cluster. Gonna be a big move coming.
PRZ with bib. Moonshot, headshot, PRZ with bib. Moonshot, headshot, PRZ with bib.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 89.
Butterfly. Double cross. .32-bit operating system. Okay, there's the third in a series. Got a peel half right here. 1, 2, 3, and that's the biggest one. Let's see.
Double Delta NQ.
Yeah, it'll probably bounce up there. All right. King timing coming at about 3 bars.
Two finger NQ on the 40.
Yeah, the problem is look, here's a retail just hopping in, right? Philip?
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Philip, how did you find our stream? Is this your first time you've ever talked here? Yes?
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Okay, so careful. We have a retail now hopping short. Okay, they're jumping in with us now. That's dangerous, all right? That once retail's like, oh, I'm going to get short. Be careful, right? Face ripper on the way. They're right twice a day, and we've got war on the horizon. So, you know, if there's going to be a day to hand it away, today would be the day. Like I said, I think we're going to end the day 1% probably at the close, and then overnight a big dump.
Vinny Emini, Algo, they're the kings of the trade. ICT, you a joke, your strategy's just a charade. Michael J, huddle stay, you ain't real, you're a fake. Talk about trading.
Okay, crab broken, good deal.
Strategies, he be stacking them pips. Algo box got the algorithms making money flip. ICT, you can't compete, your analysis is weak. Michael J, you ain't got the skills, just a trading sheet. We trade in war.
So ever since the closing of Qatari airspace in the idea of Iranian attacks on US air bases in the region. We've been seeing US stock indexes just paring their gains down now. We're in the red, S&P down 0.2%, WTI oil up around 0.13%, just paring back and pulling back from those losses.
They disbelieved on the faith basis only that I was taking every single trade.
So we just traced back that Wall Street Journal piece as Iran moves launches for possible attacks on US forces back to its source here. And so
Yeah, there's retail pressing the short button. Be careful.
from a reporter on X,
Retail stepping.
Iran is moving missile launches into place for a potential attack on US forces in the Middle East in response to the surprise American strike on their nuclear facilities, according to US officials. Not really anything new from the original post.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Headshot. Need to see it crack. There we go, and we'll close it out there for another 10K. 33,000 on the day so far. Beautiful. All right, bottom of the bear, as we had shown from before. There we go, beautiful. All right, and the green dot. Look for the pop. Then I'll add to the drop because they are just selling it off there like a boss.
Lower bands.
I got to take a quick break here. Sorry. Too much coffee this morning. Time for a refill.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 89. NQ on the 40. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 9.
Axios reporter on X now, citing an Israeli official, saying Iran is preparing to fire missiles at American bases in the coming minutes.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4. Lower bands touch NQ on the 89. Double delta NQ on the 4. Double delta NQ on the 4. Divergence up NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ on the 89.
Treasury 5-year yields falling 10 basis points on the day to around 3.86%.
Fib.NQ lower bands touch NQ on the 89. Enigma short on the NQ4.
So explosions heard over the capital of Qatar.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4. Lower bands touch NQ on the 4.
Again, multiple sources on X here saying explosions heard in Qatar, explosions heard over Qatar capital Doha, heavy aerial activity over Baghdad as well. S&P 500 extending declines here, down around 0.5%.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40. Divergence up NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ on the 40. Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
So Axios reporter on X says Israeli officials tell me that Iran launched 6 missiles towards the US bases in Qatar. So again, Axios reporter on X, Iran launched 6 missiles toward US bases in Qatar. WTI oil actually seeing some weakness now off the back of that. WTI down around spot 3%.
DCDM NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4. 2-finger NQ on the 40. Divergence down NQ on double delta NQ on the 4. Double delta NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 9.
WTI down around 0.8%. According to a witness, again, further explosions now heard over Doha. That's Qatar.
Okay. And what did I say? I told you. Look for that pop-up. There it is. Okay. Let's have some more fun. 100K day on the way. Everybody ready for 6 figures? It's going to be another 6-figure day. Who's ready? Everybody type 100K in the chat. We're going for 100K. Let's go. Today's the day to do it. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Touch NQ on the 40.
I'm not sure if the trolls are ready.
Enigma short.
Are they ready?
ES2. DCDM NQ on the 4. Touch NQ on the 40. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40. Double delta upper NQ bands on the touch 4. Divergence down NQ on the 9. Upper
Didn't I tell you? See, the retail jumped in with us, and I was like, bro, get out. Retail is calling shorts. I told you. I told you. I told you, now I scold you. Oh, man. Told you. All right, here we go. Back into the bear zone again. Now I want to see 2 reds. There's red number 1, looking for red number 2. You know what to do. I'm going to FOMO in on the red dot. Cross 1. Need to see cross number 2. Let me put this back over. We already know. Everybody already knows this, right? You already got this drawn in? Cool. We're just looking for lower time frame plays now.
On the 4.
Oh, that's the second cross. Okay, cool. So third one even better. Told you they're gonna rip their face off first.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Nasdaq on the MACV.
Speaking of ripping faces off, hold on. I got a song.
Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 9.
Where they at? Where they go? Where they go? Patrol.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
They talk big in the chat, but they vanish just like that.
Double delta NQ on the 4.
Throw shade, but never show.
They hide behind that crystal glow.
Fib dot NQ on the 4.
I cash in while they whine, I win. Charts don't lie, I rise, you still mad? That's fine.
Divergence down NQ on the 9. Upper bands
Upper
touch on NQ on the 89.
also launched themselves as the American
Dot
airbase
NQ on the
in
4.
Iraq. So again, repeat
Dot
that.
NQ on the 4.
American bases in Iraq also potentially under fire from Iran.
Trading last while Algo box flying past. Trolls in the back, nah. Trolls
Fib
in the
dot
front,
NQ on the 4.
Trolls in the chat, nah. What they doing gone.
Double delta NQ on the 4. Divergence down NQ on the 9.
Trolls are gone. Charts move fast. Trolls don't last. We just trade.
Upper bands touch NQ on the dot N9 on the 4. Fib dot NQ on the 4. NQ on the 40. Fib dot NQ on the 4. Fib dot NQ on the 4. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
Trolls. Trolls. We just trade.
King timing.
Let 'em hate.
WTI continuing to fall off here
Upper
down
bands
around
touch NQ on the 89. Fib dot NQ on the 4. Fib dot NQ on the 9. Fib dot NQ on the
One
9.
missile was reported at a US base in Iraq. Again, Iran has launched attacks targeting Qatar and Iraq as one missile reported at a US base in Iraq.
Green on the day, trolls are gone. Charts move fast. Trolls don't last. We just trade. Let 'em hate. Trolls keep yapping, voices clashing, hate in the feed, but it's all just passing, spilling their shade, trying to dim my spark, but I'm rising above, lighting up the dark. No, I won't break.
The US and Brent crude futures falling over $2 a barrel in volatile trading.
You keep trolling, I'm winning with you. Your noise can't stop me.
Al Arabia correspondent says US forces in Iraqi bases have entered shelters.
Clickety clack, trolls bark with no brains.
Fib dot NQ on the 9. You on the 89.
Losing the game, all rage, no trade, just spitting the same. Trying to drag me down, but I'm breaking the frame. The hate's a loop, just feel for my flame. All they want, I grind, watch me claim.
Double delta NQ on the 4. Upper bands down NQ on the 40.
Air defense system activated at the US Ain al-Assad airbase in Iraq for fear of potential attack, according to military sources.
Keep talking, I'm stacking with you. Keep trolling, I'm winning with you. Your
Fib dot
noise
NQ
can't
on the
stop
9.
me. I'm cashing right through. No. Starved by the venom,
Fib
the
dot
pit of
NQ
complaints.
on the
Trapped
9.
in the fury, no growth, just restraints. Loud
Fib
mouth,
dot
no proof. Their
NQ on
words
the
got no
4.
weight. They sink, I crank while they stewing their hate. These trolls might scream, but they're sealing their fate. Dark as they spread, but I'm setting it straight. Algo box glows while their vibes just deflate. Keep talking, I'm stacking with you. Keep trolling, I'm winning with
Double delta NQ on the 4.
can't stop me, I'm cashing right through.
Fib dot NQ on the 4.
No.
Fib dot NQ on the 4.
With no brains, ranting online, but they stuck in their chains.
Fib dot NQ on the 9.
Loud mouth, still losing the game. All rage, no trade.
Fib dot NQ on the 4.
Same. Trying to drag me down, but I'm breaking the frame. Their hate's a loop, just
Fib
feel
dot
for
NQ
my
on the
name.
9.
Their hate's a loop, just feel for loop, just feel for loop for name. Their hate's a loop, just fuel for my flame. Well, name.
Fib dot NQ on the 4.
You keep trolling, I'm winning with
Fib dot NQ on the 9. Enigma short on the NQ4.
No. Trolls yap, I stack.
Fib dot NQ on the 9.
I stack. Trolls yap, I stack.
Fib dot NQ on the 4.
The Tasman now
Upper bands
reporting
touch
Iran
NQ on the
launched
89.
at a US airbase in Qatar.
noise. Trolling a no noise. Trolling a no noise. Run the nose. Trolling a no noise. Trolls, yeah, I stack.
Fib.NQ on the 4.
Trolls, yep, I stack. Trolls, yep, I stack. Olga box, I'm back.
Mega Late Nate.
Stacking with trolls, yep, I stack.
Convergence up NQ on the 9.
I'm back.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 89. Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Butamus.
NQ on the 4.
Butamus. 50K on the day. Come on, 100K on the way. Let's go. Are you ready? Are you ready for the 100K day? Oh.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40. Fib.NQ on the 4.
This baby, I know it's been crazy. You don't see me, it's exhausting. City to city, cause I'm shiny boys is popping. You keep making plans, babe, I'm sorry, I keep popping. Calling late at night, cause I love you when you talk about.
Two finger NQ on the 40.
It's just not on. No, I can't let go without you near me.
I'm holding on your tricks. Got me 10 feet off the ground. Now I'm seeing how you play. Algo box you turn.
Double delta NQ on the 4.
Tell me that you need me, then you go show me how.
Alrighty then, get ready.
Space is closed.
Top to bottom, bottom to top. That's why we mark them out. That's why we mark them out.
Let's keep in mind that Trump is meeting with his national security team at the top of the hour. He'll be looking out for a readout or a statement following this meeting.
Mega Late Nate called the 100 tick drop. 194 ticks. Beautiful. Almost tied up bot and bot. 26,006, 26,007. That was not planned.
Senior White House official says the White House and Department of Defense are aware of and are closely monitoring potential threats to the
BRZ Cross.
Air Base in Qatar.
It's too late to miss the game. Algo box. It's too late. I said it's too late to miss the game. Algo box. It's too late. Whoa.
Bright red dot on the 9s. All right, I'll take another couple K there. Almost a 30K. I saw 30K and close it out. 30K on the Cyborg. 26 on
short on the,
the Synthetic.
NQ on the 4.
Let's go.
Fib.NQ double delta NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 9. NQ on the 4.
So remember, high time frames, keep an eye on your MACV chart right here in the bear zone. Triple red dots, every structure was adhered to. Structure 1, boom. Structure 2, boom. Structure 3, boom. Bears are still in control. They're just ready to make some more money.
Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 4. Fib.NQ on the 40. Fib.NQ on the 4.
Jagged on the tape. Jagged on the tape. We are going down the hill, and we've got Jagged on the tape. Big play coming. Jagged warning in the chat.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40. Divergence up NQ on the 9.
Iran's Tasnim says
NQ
missile
on the
operation
4.
40 enunciation of victory launched against US bases in Iraq and Qatar. So Iran's Tasnim confirming
Double
attacks
Delta
against
NQ on the
Iraq and
4.
Qatar. Iran launched 10 missiles
Upper bands
towards US
touch
bases in
NQ on the
Qatar,
40.
according to Axios.
Okay. We've got
Along on the NQ4.
We've got major activity happening now, so we need to be very careful. So they're talking about full on, like they want to shoot at US stuff. Anything could happen at any moment. Let me settle here for a sec.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
So again, Axios
Up 55,917.
number of missiles launched as
Double
Iran
Delta
launched 10
NQ on
missiles
the
towards
4.
US bases in Qatar.
Okay. US is at, I mean, what's the official? You guys tell me what officially means we're in war. I believe this requires Congress to make an announcement of we are at war, whatever. Are they going to wait until we get hit and then declare war? I don't know. They're already trying to, impeach Trump for stopping nuclear aggression in Iran. So now what? You guys tell me. What's the
Divergence down NQ on the 9.
What's the war play?
NQ on the 4.
Okay, HMD short right in front of the shark there with dot. So normally I would just take that short right there, but right now, I don't know. There is so much news going on. I feel like I might need to slightly move this up from 4s to 5s. In fact, you know what? Today's the day to play it. I'm going to move this to 5s.
Fib.NQ.
Let's go to 5s. Bigger plays are coming. Algo bar 5s. I am currently, everybody type Algo bar 5s in the chat so nobody can come back and say, I didn't know. Okay, Algo bar 5s. I want to see everybody type Algo bar 5 in the chat. I don't want anybody getting lost. I'm shifting. This is different. There's a lot going on that's different right now.
Meeting with his national security team.
Okay.
Of course, we're not expecting
Algo bar 5s. Still beautiful shark play right there. HMD. So it's still good for it, but I am moving up slightly on the time frame on my lowest time frame entry chart.
Divergence up NQ on the 9.
Okay, power PRZ cross. Let's see if we get a bump up here or not. That is a level 7. It's kind of right in the middle. It's like between 5 and 10.
Lower bands touch.
Okay, they're dropping.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Would love a double cross, double move somewhere in here. Would be awesome. Green dot now coming in on the 9s.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Structure, we need R2FA.
Divergence up NQ on the 9.
Divergence.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Okay, butterfly. First red.
Double Delta NQ on the 5.
Okay, yikes. Those are split. This actually might reverse up here. Those are split right next to each other. This should be a double cross reversal to the upside.
NQ on the 4.
Where is the... Yeah, there she goes. Okay.
Low impact news event FOMC member Goolsby speaks. Double Delta NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 9.
Remember, when they're on the same leg, we look for a double cross, double move. When they are split, we look for the reverse. That went 122 ticks to the upside. Beautiful play. A little too fast for me, and I'm still nervous about all this news chatter right now. Does anybody have a good, like, what's a good new, I don't know, war feed? Is there somebody out there that you guys watch?
Along on the RTY3.
Or active stuff here?
Double delta NQ.
Somebody's got a good feed for it. I'd like to pull it up.
Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Also, some early unverified reports indicating explosions at the Ain al-Assad Air Base in Iraq as well.
Yeah, 6s might be a good idea. I might do that, but this is the time to do it. Guy named Meet Kevin. All right, let me type that in here. Meet Kevin.
We're seeing some sources saying no Iranian ballistic missile impacts have.
Oh no, I hate that guy. No, never mind. I know who that is. Oh hell no. Oh hell no.
Confirmed so far.
I'll pass. Nope. Anybody else? I hate that guy. Can I listen to him? Missile. Is this the guy? Yeah, I like that guy that you showed me the other day. Is this Matt Morse TV? All right, Matt Morse TV. Let's go.
Ballistic missiles trying to target this U.S. military base.
Yeah, I like this guy. Matt Morse TV.
A lot of these countries over here, they're not like Afghanistan. They're not even like Iraq. They're not, you know, desert hellscapes.
So just keep in mind, we're seeing witness reports that sirens are still sounding at all US bases across the Middle East, including in Syria, Iraq, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE, and Oman. So again, just sirens sounding at all US bases across the Middle East at the moment.
Right now, breaking news, folks. The Trump administration is currently meeting with senior defense and intelligence officials in the White House Situation Room. Folks, they are in the Situation Room. They've got all the National Security Council members. They've got the DNI Tulsi Gabbard. They've got all the top generals. Everybody is in there right now. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is there.
So just remind about 10 minutes time. We're
Emergency meeting right this very moment. What are we going to do about this?
Fed schools be speaking in a moderating
Divergence of NQ on the 9.
State-run media announces the beginning of Operation
Tentative to be determined, but there is a Q&A.
Infamous short on the NQ4.
The Iranian media is calling this Operation Basharat.
Double delta and lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Operation, they are aiming to blow the living hell.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40. Lower bands touch NQ on the 89.
Like this is, it's got to be Farsi, right? Hold up. It means tidings of victory. This is Operation, Iran is carrying out Operation Basharat al-Fath. You translate that to English, Operation Tidings of Victory, or there's another translation for that, Operation Good News
Iranian
of
State
Conquest.
TV says a strong response to
Good
the U.S. aggression has begun.
Conquest, or tidings of
And they also add
victory.
that they will
Operation
respond to
Basharat
any
al-Fath.
repeated U.S. mischief.
Well, we're going to see how that goes. We're going to see how that turns out. Okay, I'm looking for updates here again. Right now, at this moment, I'm seeing a report 45 seconds ago. There are no reports.
Double lower bands touch NQ on the 89. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
About this about 45,
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40. Divergence.
Mega Late Nate, one of my favorites.
sources are telling you that we thought we'd be. Have we gone someplace that we're at least prepared to deal with?
Well, Harris, right now what we can tell from open source reporting on Twitter, you can see imagery of about what we're told from Israeli sources are 6 ballistic missiles that have been fired from Iran towards Qatar. As you know, as we discussed, the Al Udeid base, the largest U.S. base in the Middle East, is about 40 miles from the capital of Qatar, from Doha. You can see the night skies over Doha right now, and there are explosions in the air. Some of those may be air defense missiles, Patriot missiles, trying to intercept those ballistic missiles. We have no indications of impact at this point. As you and I discussed before, there were satellite images from last week of Al Udeid, where the U.S. normally has a large number of transport planes.
Okay, real quick, it is worth noting real quick that this attack being executed, carried out by Iran right now, firing all these ballistic missiles. This might be more of a symbolic thing. We've seen this from Iran
Double
numerous
Delta
times. We saw
NQ on
this
the
a year
9.
ago in April, I guess a little bit over a year ago, when they retaliated. They fired a bunch of missiles back towards Israel. Sometimes Iran, you know, they want to
Double
appear
Delta
strong,
NQ
they want
on
to
the
appear
5.
dominant and powerful, but kind of low-key. It
Fib
seems
dot
like they
NQ
actually
on the
don't
5.
want an all-out
Fib
war.
dot
They don't
NQ on
want,
the 5.
you know, they don't want things to get too hot, so they have to fire off. Maybe this is what's going on. They fire off a couple
Divergence down,
missiles to
NQ
say,
on the
"Hey, we
940.
did something. We're strong. We're powerful." But you know, maybe they are not going to go all out. Maybe this is not an all-out attack. Maybe it's more of a symbolic attack to say, "Hey, we did something. You better not press us again." Could be the case. CNN is reporting right now that the U.S. has been tracking multiple missiles fired from Iran toward U.S. military installations in both Qatar and Iraq. Well, folks, we have already seen. Oh, okay.
Fib dot NQ on the 5. NQ on the 9.
These missiles over Qatar. It seems like all of them have been pretty much intercepted. We have multiple camera live feeds coming out of Qatar. We also
Qatari
now have a
Ministry of
live feed
Defense
camera
says
coming out of
Qatari
Erbil,
and
Iraq.
defenses
Take a look
intercepted
at
a missile
NQ on the
targeting
5.
Al-Udeid
right
airbase.
bottom left. We have that feed right
J
there.
Hook short
NQ
on the
Iraq,
5.
on the ground in Qatar, numerous places, cameras all over the place. Also, we're keeping an eye on Israel. We have Jerusalem and Tel Aviv as well. Now, I'm seeing a breaking news report right this very moment. The U.S. is scrambling.
Seen some further declines here on WTI crude oil.
Jets.
We'll see double cross here.
We have
There's the Mega Late Nate.
Touch NQ on the 40.
Scrambling fighter jets.
Iran's armed forces says U.S. regional
Steve
bases
Bannon
are a
the other
major
day, he said,
weakness
"Is the
and
party
thorn
on,
inside of
folks?
the
Is
U.S.
the party on?
warmongering regime."
Is this
Not a
party
strength.
started? I think not only has the party started, we've got cupcakes, we've
Upper
got
bands touch NQ on the
we've got
40.
Pinata, we've got balloons, we've got party hats.
Double
Suffice
Delta
to say,
NQ on the
I
5.
think the party is on. Once again, United Arab Emirates has closed its airspace in fear of an imminent attack by Iran on U.S. bases. What they do, folks.
Double
President
Delta
Trump is
NQ
in
on
the
the 5.
Situation room
Upper bands touch
currently,
NQ on the
right
40.
there.
Upper bands double Delta NQ on the 40. Double Delta NQ touch NQ on the 40. Dot NQ on the YQ on the 40 on the 40. Upper bands touch NQ on the
This is
40.
where we are at. So
Upper
far,
bands
we have a
touch
confirmation
NQ on the
that
bands
missiles
touch NQ on the 89.
fired towards Qatar. Seems like all of them have been intercepted over the skies of Qatar. Now, as you all know, take a look at the map right here. Let me zoom out. Zoom out a little bit. This is Iran. This is Iraq. All of our military bases in Iraq are like generally in this kind of north-central northern region of Iraq. Okay, well, as we all know, it takes between 10 and 15 minutes for a ballistic missile from Iran to fly all the way over to Israel.
Safe,
well, that's
and
Israel.
that the
Iran,
Qatari
these
armed
military bases,
forces
these U.S.
are always
bases
on
in
alert.
north-central Iraq, they are right up on the border. They are very close. So, you know, part of that travel time, the fact that it takes 10 to 15 minutes to travel all the way over there, that gives Israel, that gives America time to prepare and intercept the missiles. Well, these bases in Iraq are much closer. We have, you know, maybe 2 or 3 minutes at most of reaction time to intercept these missiles. So I hate to say this, the odds of an Iranian ballistic missile U.S. military base here in Iraq, I would say, are higher than the odds of a Iranian ballistic missile making contact and doing damage in Israel, just because we have so much less time to react to them. We might have 2, 3, or 4 minutes as opposed to 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, so give me one moment here.
Super dot on the optimized range into the exchange of hands zone right here.
Sorry, it's getting hot in here. I'm working up a sweat. I'm trying to turn the air conditioning on. Yep, that'll do.
Fib dot NQ on the 5.
Anyway, so right at this very moment, folks.
Fib dot NQ on the 9.
Fighter jets. Allegedly, we are having reports come in of U.S. fighter jets scrambling right now. That means taking off.
Qatar says no casualties from attack on U.S. military base.
Hi, Mr. Wonderful here. You know, I don't waste time, and I definitely don't waste money. I joined Start Engine as
Arabia and our fighters.
Iran's top security body says armed forces used the same number of bombs that the US had used in attacking Iran's nuclear facilities.
Iranian state propaganda media has to say
and
about
Iran's armed
this.
forces say they will not leave any attack on Iran's
sounding
any
in
circumstances.
the American military bases in Kuwait. Kuwait, we haven't even really been talking about Kuwait that much. We've been talking about we have seen ballistic missiles over Qatar. That is a fact. The Iranian propaganda media, they are talking about Kuwait. And we also have
Iran's
reports of ballistic missiles inbound or soon to be inbound heading towards U.S. military bases in north central
areas
Iraq.
in Qatar.
One such base, I think we have 4 bases up here.
Divergence down NQ on the 9.
Here. This is the Al-Assad U.S.
Double
military
Delta
air
NQ
base.
on the 9.
It's pretty much a little town.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
At the moment, allegedly, we have 2,500 American service members at this base alone in north central Iraq. Now, in the entire Middle East, we say 40 to 50,000 American military personnel members across the entire Middle East.
Yeah, it's just playing a video game. Like I said, I'm just...
40 to 50,000.
It's like playing Frogger. 2-dimensional video game. Get your frog across the water without getting hit by a log or a bus. Not as cool as a 3D game, although we are going to work on a plan on trying to build Algo Box into Fortnite. It's going to be an exciting project in August, end of summer. July 7th, 7/7, we'll be doing a small account challenge. Hopefully ICT will put his money where his mouth is and get into a trading competition. He probably won't, though, but you guys work on Twitter trying to get his butt in the contest.
So who's to say what's there?
Yeah, we got a double cross up here. Double, double 8 and 8 here. Got my finger on the trigger.
Iran's armed forces says U.S. regional bases.
I'm going to zoom out and show you exactly where on the map. It's right outside of
U.S. regional
Riyadh.
bases
And of course,
are major
Qatar
weakness and
is
thorn
right over
inside
here,
of
just to the
US
east.
Of U.S.
Okay,
maybe
maybe 80 or 100 miles east.
So they also say Iran's top security body tells Qatar this action
so far we've only
does
heard
not
about
pose
6
any
ballistic
threats to a
missiles
friendly
flying
and brotherly
towards
neighbor
or
Qatar.
over Qatar. Seems like all of them have been intercepted. Now, I'm not an expert. It could be the case that the ballistic missiles flying over
Double
Qatar
Delta NQ on
were
the 5.
actually not intended for Qatar. They might have been intended for
Double Delta NQ on the 5.
Okay, double ready DD. I'll short right there on a double red right next to each other. One of my favorites to grab a 20 bag.
Ballistic missiles were actually targeted at Qatar. We have military air bases in Qatar as well, though. But they could have been just passing overhead, trying to make their way to Saudi Arabia.
Ooh, green dot coming in behind it.
But it does seem like I said, it seems like all of them have been intercepted. It's Qatar, not Qatar. Here's the thing: I'm an American living in America. I'm a white guy. I'm just a good old-fashioned American. I'm not going to pronounce all of these Middle Eastern words properly. In fact, I don't even really care to. So. It's Qatar, it's Qatar. I'll be honest, I just don't really care. Frankly, I'm just going to say it kind of however I want to say
Upper bands touch NQ on the 89.
Speaking Arabic
Double
or
Delta
Farsi
NQ
properly
on the
doesn't
5.
really matter that much to me personally, so you're just going to have to deal with that. Now, I'm getting some other reports.
We got a pointer. We got a pointer to the upside.
Saudi Arabia airbase.
Yikes. Okay, that's wiping it.
Has condemned the ballistic missile attack by Iran on U.S. Al Udeid Air Base, adding that all of the missiles were intercepted.
NQ on the 5. Down NQ on the 9.
Injuries so far. We're getting information
I'm gonna take the
coming
loss.
out of Qatar.
Gonna take the loss on that. If that doesn't happen right away, then you got to be careful. This is gonna be the start of a very big move. So I'll take the loss on that.
They have intercepted all of these Iranian ballistic missiles.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
And there are no injuries reported. Okay, so maybe that situation
Upper bands
has
touch
de-escalated
NQ on
for
the
the moment
89.
over Qatar. Now take a look at this. We have another one.
Some Steve Paul. All right, we've got a retail noob telling us that it's going to go short, so we're going to keep going long.
3 ballistic missile impacts.
Double Delta.
Thank you for dropping by and
Upper bands touch NQ
letting us know what retail's thinking.
Middle Eastern outlets are reporting possibly 3 ballistic missile impacts at or near U.S.
Okay, that is the third in a series right here, so I'm looking for a short in this spot for a 20 and 40 bags.
Touch NQ on the 40.
Nothing happened. However, we have some other reports saying that there were 3 impacts near or
we got a big bull that just stepped in. Big bull on
Dade Air Force Base.
the.
I'm gonna get caught up on these super chats here. I just don't want to miss anything. Christy, once again, thank you. Christy.
Sorry, I'm listening into Home Dude here. So big bull.
Bases in Syria.
Double Delta NQ on the 5.
Alert. Bahrain just intercepted 3 missiles overhead before hitting NSA 1. High alert, red alert, DEFCON 1, NSA 1. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say DEFCON 1. Maybe it's not quite that bad. But anyway, listen, high alert, high alert.
Iran's just restating that attack on the Algo database poses no danger to
thanks,
Qatar.
Matt, for all your hard work. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Listen, folks, we need
Upper
to
bands touch
listen.
NQ on the
Everybody
89.
around the entire world right now should be praying. I don't care what religion you are. Every single person should be praying right now that we do not have any dead
NQ on the
Americans
5.
at the end of the day. Okay, if these Iranian ballistic missiles blow up, if they
NQ
actually
on the
hit
9.
a U.S. military base, if we've got dead Americans by the end of the day, all hell is going to break loose. Okay, that is not good. We do not want that. Nobody wants it. Are we talking World War III? I don't know. We're talking massive conflict in the Middle East. Let alone, we don't want dead Americans.
on the
Beyond
5.
that, we also don't want all-out regional warfare in the Middle East. None of that. We don't want any of that. So we are praying right now that this ends up not being that big of a deal. I mean, it already is a big deal, but we're praying it doesn't become an.
Okay, I'm going to clear lower time frames, higher time frames in play.
I've got footage coming out of Doha here. This is in Qatar, the biggest city in Qatar here. Take a look at this. There's panic on the streets. Take a look. There's a very short video. So you can see up here in the sky, these were the ballistic missiles flying over Qatar. And you can see people running around.
Yeah, they're not going to. They don't want it.
You can tell
they don't want it.
With a child in her hands. It's scary. It's terrible. That's a mom. She's got her baby in her arms. And those are ballistic missiles flying overhead. You don't listen. You don't want to look up and see ballistic missiles flying over your house. You don't want to see that. Breaking news: Qatar announces that all Iranian missiles sent towards U.S. air bases have been
divergence down NQ on the 9.
Coming out of the that's coming directly from Qatar. All the Iranian missiles were intercepted. However, we also have other reports from independent media outlets saying that there have been 3 impacts.
NQ on the 5.
3 of the 6 ballistic missiles actually did impact. Who do you trust? Who do we believe? I don't know. Stay tuned. Also, Qatar, the government of Qatar,
says
has come out and condemned
data at current
the Iranian
moment of
attack
transition.
and affirmed its right to respond. That is breaking news. Qatar has not only condemned the attack, they have said, we have the right to respond. Now, folks, keep in mind, rewind about 2 months ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, President Trump, you all saw his
Double
legendary
Delta
Middle
NQ
Eastern
on the
tour.
40.
He went to Dubai, I think. He went to the United Arab Emirates. He went to Saudi Arabia. He went to Qatar.
NQ on the
Trump
5.
visited numerous of these Persian Gulf states.
NQ on the 5.
They're on good terms. In fact, he was able to lock down multi-trillion,
34 counterparties take
several $1 trillion worth of
$319
investments in America
at
from the
Federal
Persian
Corporation.
Gulf. These guys want to work with us. A lot of these Persian Gulf nations, they want to work with us. They're on good terms with President Trump. What you might see here over the next 10
Okay, we got a little bull right here, and we have a little bull over here to the
these
left,
Persian Gulf states say, you know what? If you're firing ballistic missiles,
and they defended it.
our
2-finger
airspace,
NQ on
Iran,
the 40.
Did they make their 125? So we need to get the middle of the meat
we're going to work with America
right here.
This we might have another.
I like to mark 250.
Snafu here, folks. These Persian Gulf states, they dislike Iran just as much as.
Okay. There's where he wants to go.
But anyway, they don't like him. They're not fans.
250. Now remember, he is that's little. Well, I don't know. They kind of stacked it up, so it's actually, I think he's a big guy. So he wants 250. Okay, so right there he'll get his 250, and we had another right here. So this guy also
Upper bands touch NQ on the
wants
40.
his money. So let's give credit where credit. Oh, look at it. They stacked them. They stacked them. They stacked. Okay, 250 up above.
Propaganda outlet. One moment here. I want to see what they have to say. We love our Iranian.
Okay, so big bull, little bull inside. They're going to run at 250.
English. Okay, this is
big bull, little bull.
Iranian National Security Council says our operations.
Everybody type a 1 in the chat if you acknowledge we got big bull, little bull. Type a 1. 2 if you're new, but type something, either a 1 or a 2. 2 if you're new, 1 if you get it. Big bull, little bull inside. The defense happened already. We got the double down here for the defense. So defense leg is in. Big guy defended it. He wants 250 ticks.
No drama, no beef. We're just trying to blow up Americans. Don't even worry about it. That's from the Iranian National Security Council just 4 minutes ago. We also have they further clarified we're trying to hit the American bases, not anybody. They call it the sister country, Qatar. Qatar is our sister country. We have no drama, no problems. We're just trying to blow up Americans. Okay, next up, urgent. The Iranian National Security Council again says
Fed Scoresby says tariffs are not unlike
no
oil
threat
shocks
or
with
danger
stagflation
to our
implications.
friendly and sisterly country, Qatar, and its people. Our friendly and sisterly country of Qatar. Yes, we are firing ballistic missiles into your country, but it's only because we want to kill Americans. Okay, moving on. We have another one here from, once again, Iran's National Security Council. U.S. Al Udeid base in Qatar.
Okay, there's 2 reds though, so that might be where they start to sell. So just in case, I'm gonna get small here, but he wants his target up here. Take profit zone is up here.
Reported in Iran court
officially.
The Iranians only
the American
fired
air base
6
in Qatar
ballistic missiles.
Notice that attacks were coming to minimize casualties.
Needs committed friends around the world to voice their support in her struggle for peace and security, especially as terrorists seek to wipe the Jewish state and the Jewish people from the map. You can show your solidarity with Israel and the Jewish people.
About 20 minutes ago, we had a conversation about whether or not this is a symbolic attack or an attack that is legitimately meant to inflict.
Okay, let's watch this green dot. Green dot still being adhered to, so Bulls still in control. Nope, they cracked it.
This might be more of a symbolic, as like from their point of view, right? A retaliatory tit for tat symbolic
says
attack.
thus far, impact of tariffs
are
are not as bad as feared.
casualties. Is my Jerusalem cam live? Yeah, we are live. We are live. Now, folks, keep your eyes peeled. We have numerous cameras coming out of Qatar. We have a live feed coming out of Bahrain as well. And I'm looking for updates. Hold up, I'm continuing to scan
Upper bands
here.
touch
We have news
NQ on the
breaking
40.
every single second, so I appreciate you guys.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
That is a.
We have another
I wouldn't say it's a power dot, but it's a medium power dot right there.
Statement from the Qatari Ministry of Defense.
So Bull's trying to maintain control. Switch dot. Okay, switch dot. Adding to position, but a little bit of a FOMO because we know they want to run it all the way up here before they start taking their real profits.
The Ministry of Defense announced that Qatari airspace defenses successfully intercepted a missile attack targeting Al Udeid Air Base. Thanks to God and the
All right, Enigma short. It is a power.
Resulted in no deaths and no.
All right, I'm listening to the guy here. We got a supermoon.
Reaffirmed that the airspace and territory of the state of Qatar are safe.
Hearing the wrong sound on the tape though, so this could push behind the Enigma, which would put it right inside of the take profit zone from before.
The Ministry of Defense also advises citizens.
Okay, we hit the Enigma Oh, I should have pulled half there. All right.
And the latest development.
Goolsby says.
All right, I'm gonna peel half here. They could launch up in there.
This is our territory. This is our airspace. We have a right to
Double
defend.
Delta NQ on the 5.
They say that is hot off the press, right from the Qatari Ministry of Defense.
Add to position. I'm hearing audio box. All right, trying to catch it.
Situation room, meeting with the National Security Council and his top advisors. Now there's something else. We've got more footage coming out. Take a look at this. This is coming out of the Iranian propaganda media outlet, so take this with a grain of salt, but take a look.
Fib.NQ on the 40.
This is over Qatar. This is what that attack looked like. Well, I just want to be clear.
No, I'm gonna take the loss. I'm gonna take the loss.
Rain, actually. No,
They could keep running it up now. Too much positive news in there. We got double cross. I do want to play against that. Just in case they make it. Here we go. Double cross, double move. That puts it right here into the take profit zone. They touched it.
Double delta NQ on
Need to listen in for audio box.
The party is on, folks. The party is on, folks. This is also posted 2 minutes ago by the Iranian propaganda outlet. They said maritime traffic right this very moment in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, it's hard to know exactly what they are trying to say here.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
They are going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, or that they are not going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. What exactly is the implication? Because right now, you can still see there are some boats going through this here, maritime trade vessels. But what is the implication? I'm not sure. Are they going to shut it down? Or are they saying, hey, listen, we're not going to shut it down. Don't worry about it. That's what we
Double
have.
delta NQ on the 5.
This stuff is breaking every single second. We actually have a little bit of a longer video, longer feed coming out of
Is that a cipher? Okay, we have a super cipher here, right in front of the take profit zone.
Yet. Excuse me.
See how accurately I measured this.
Is that inflation hasn't jumped yet on tariffs.
This is Bahrain. Okay, we're getting reports. This is a new report from the New York Times just moments ago.
Adding there hasn't been much inflation in the last 3 months.
Inside. Double ready DD. There's a GLR. All right, getting short off the GLR.
What in the hell? This is from the New York Times. Iran coordinated the missile attacks on the U.S. airbase in Qatar with Qatari officials and provided advanced notice to minimize casualties, according to 3 Iranian officials familiar with the plans.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
This right here ties back to a conspiracy that we talked a lot about yesterday on yesterday's live broadcast. If you remember back, this was actually something that Alex Jones had posted out.
Okay, red dot on the 9s. Let's see how this structure... I hope this structure gets adhered to. It's going to be beautiful if it is.
Goolsby says if
this is
perfect.
Perfect. We should proceed with a cut.
President Trump's bombing of Fordow and nuclear other uranium enrichment facilities in Iran, that this was all part of a deal that President Trump secretly behind closed doors struck with Iran, and this was all part of a premeditated deal. President Trump, they came to an agreement that Trump was going to bomb the facilities, Iran was going to clear out the facilities beforehand, Iran was going to have to carry out a symbolic retaliatory strike to make it look like...
Is this why they call them theaters? Like, oh, we're on the theater. Is all the world really a stage?
Conspiracy. Do I know? Is this true? I don't know. Do I even think this is true? I don't know. I'm just telling you what some people are saying here, okay? That this entire dynamic over the last 2 or 3 days is actually part of a secret deal between the Trump admin and the
40
to de-escalate this in a way that is believable for everybody in the Middle East, okay? Is it true?
Wild.
I don't know. I don't know, but we do see a lot of chatter talking about that. We see another report once again. This is from the New York Times.
Divergence down upper band notch NQ on the 40. Double delta.
Here comes high of day.
NQ on the 40.
Mega late Nate.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
With Qatari officials.
Mega late Nate. One of my favorites with the double cross, split cross reversal. Go 24s.
These 6 ballistic missiles were fired without even the intention of doing damage. They just fired them, knowing that they would be intercepted. They don't even have a target.
Upper band divergence down L4 on the 9 on the 5.
Saying, by the way, right now.
Okay, that is the 3rd in a series.
This is from Iran. Iranian media is saying they fired.
All right, just in case, I'm gonna take the loss on that. I don't know what's happening there.
6
coming up on high of day. We'll see how they approach high of day.
6 bunker buster bombs on Fordow. 6 bunker buster bombs, 6 ballistic missiles. this is what we've heard from the Iranian propaganda media a couple moments ago. Now, we have a massive super chat here from D.
Art of the details then of the attack.
Is this another case of Art of the Deal, five-dimensional, interdimensional, underwater chess?
With all other reports of attacks in Bahrain,
all of this is
Iraq,
part of the plan.
Kuwait,
Now,
and
as you all
Saudi Arabia,
know,
either
Upper touch NQ on the 40.
Room right now, what does that mean?
or they're
President Trump
entirely
is meeting
false.
with his top advisors.
These
right
sirens
this
in
very
Bahrain and
moment,
Kuwait appear to have just
right
been
this very
cautionary.
moment, he's meeting with the National Security Council. You guys are saying 14. Folks, 6 bombs on Fordo specifically. 14 bombs total. 6 bunker buster bombs on Fordo. There were 2 other nuclear sites. Okay? 6 on Fordo, though. That's what we've heard.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Multiple locations. Anyway, that's what I heard was 6 on Fordo.
Upper bands touch on bands touch NQ on the 8. Fib.NQ on the 49. Fib.NQ on the 40.
Mega late Nate again.
That situation
Enigma long on the NQ4.
Oh boy.
Fib.NQ on the 40.
Folks, take a look at this. I want to show you something real fast. Take a look. Sirens are
Fib.NQ on the
still
5.
blaring across Bahrain for some
That's cool.
reason.
Double Delta NQ. Short NQ on the 5.
The
Cluster
sirens are still
top.
going. This is Bahrain. Okay. That is where we're at right now. Well, listen, anyway, regardless, this is what the Iranian propaganda state media said. They said...
All right, I'm going to take that loss. That's,
get an update here.
I don't know what's happening here.
They're saying a lot at the moment, so stay with me here.
Ew.
Once again,
Huge cross here. Huge cluster.
Iran is continuously trying to say publicly that they don't have any beef with Qatar or with any of the
Okay, split cross. This should be a nice reversal here. I'm going to go full bore here on reversal. We've got Enigma calling the highs. This is a moonshot short.
Discord in the region.
Oh, Cayete.
Iran is saying, listen, we don't have any beef with you, Bahrain,
Split.
Kuwait, anybody else, Qatar. We have no drama, but we are calling upon you to shut down all of your military bases
on the
within your territory, because these American military bases are the source of evil and discord in the entire region. You got to shut them down.
Enigma short on the YM3 hook long
on the YM. All right, so the Dow is putting in a short up top, so I'll go with the Dow correlated short there on the Enigma bot.
12 minutes ago, they said
oh, they're launching it up on, it's a number 7.
The same number used by the aggression.
And there is a mega late Nate.
DCDMNQ on the 5.
Holy shnikes.
Double Delta
Okay, Big Bull stepped in right here. Where was the last big bear? Man, I lost track of him.
The Iranians are saying the missiles hit. They actually did not hit. They were all intercepted.
NASDAQ about 0.7% and Dow
at least that's what we've heard
NQ on the 40.
And Fox News.
Mega late Nate being touched again.
Now, this stuff is coming.
So let's see. They should be coming to. Let's see.
Okay. Once again,
it's hard to keep track.
Through this is coming out of the New York Times. Everyone, do me a favor, real quick. If you folks are new to the broadcast, if you are new to the daily live coverage, please make sure to subscribe to the channel. I appreciate that.
Keep running.
Very much. That's the best way to help. Make sure you like today's broadcast. Right now, we have 19,000 people. Only 3,500 people have liked the
GLR coming right up above us.
Very much. I have a breaking news report coming out of New York Times.
Okay, red dot, high time frame.
This is from an author. You know, I'm going to pull this up on screen.
We've got
what we're talking about here. Take a look.
Ready DD, red dot, superpower dot, up top.
Iran coordinated
Wait for it.
the attacks on the American airbase in Qatar with Qatari officials and gave advanced notice that the attacks were coming to minimize the casualties. According to 3
sure they are.
Officials familiar with the plans. The officials said Iran
the officials
back at the United States, but at the same time carry it out in a way that allowed all sides an exit ramp.
Despite the escalating hits, there's been
They
no loss
described
of
it
oil
as a
supply.
similar strategy to 2020 when Iran gave Iraq a heads up before firing ballistic missiles.
Is that why they call them theaters? Because it's all, the world is a stage.
Top General Soleimani. You remember that when President Trump bombed him, they blew him up. Michael P. here with the super chat. Let me take a look at this. I'm going to flip the cams back up. They likely gave Iran gave us a heads up like in the past to avoid casualties while also allowing Iran to save some face with its people. Outstanding coverage as always, Matt. Be sure everyone like the stream. True, everybody's gonna like the stream. That's true. Hey, thank you, Michael. You're an everyday big time supporter. Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Now, no, yeah, I mean, this is the truth. We have seen Iran do something like this before. We know for a fact. In fact, President Trump came out and admitted that before. Listen, after he killed Baghdadi,
on the 40.
Iran gave him a phone call and said, listen, we're going to have to strike back at an Iraqi base, at an American base in Iraq. We want to call you and let you know in advance. We are intentionally not going to do any damage. In fact, I can find it. I'm looking for the video here. President Trump said that on video during an interview with Fox News, that they actually gave him a call. So I don't know. I think if I had to place a bet right now, maybe this is designed to be a symbolic attack. Hey, because, you know, listen, folks, how does an authoritarian regime maintain control over its country or over its people? What is the key approach if you're trying to maintain an authoritarian regime, trying to keep people in check? You need to appear strong. You need to look strong. You can't look like a loser.
on the 9.
You have to maintain this persona of strength and dominance. And so, as far as the Ayatollah is concerned, America just bombed them, blew up multiple. Israel's been bombing them as well. Fear, exactly, fear and strength and dominance. And so, the Ayatollah says, "Listen, if I appear weak right now, then I might be risking a civil uprising. Maybe my people try to rise up and overthrow me. So he has to try to do everything he can to appear strong, not just domestically to his own people.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
But also project that out. We have a report right now. The United Arab Emirates right now is in fear of an imminent attack on its U.S. bases in the United Arab Emirates.
Squeezed by government statistical agencies.
The U.S. Hold up, oil prices are down. Is that right? They've gone down. It's yet to be determined. Actually, no. I'm sorry. It's Monday. It is Monday. The markets are back open. Let me check.
And the government data could get noisier on budget cutbacks.
How is the Dow Jones doing today? Maybe most people don't care about this, but seems pretty much totally unimpacted, folks. This is the Dow Jones. Everybody was freaking out that the stock market is
double delta NQ on the 5
as a consequence of all of this.
Super mega late Nate.
Between Friday and Monday, the market is closed on Friday night, Saturday, Sunday.
Super mega late Nate.
NQ on the 5. Guess what? They're up. They've gone up since Friday. How in the hell?
Welcome to the markets. You know, up is down, down is up. As soon as retail says short, you're wrecked.
The chart has gone up.
Thank you to the retailer who stepped in earlier today to kind of give us the heads up.
We do have more breaking news updates, so stand by. I'm pulling up more information for you here. I see one report. It says this. Even if the attack failed, and even if a warning was given in advance, I still don't see President Trump taking this on the chin, so to speak, and allowing Iran to attack a base in Qatar without significant consequences for the Iranian armed forces. This is an interesting angle to keep in mind, because even if Iran gave them notice,
ban Hatch Happy.
I mean Trump. Even if Iran gave Trump notice, gave Trump a heads up,
Divergence down NQ on the 9.
Even though their attack was unsuccessful and inflicted
Fib.NQ
no
on the
damage,
5.
Still,
Fib.NQ on
as
the
it stands
5.
right now, Iran just fired 6 ballistic missiles at an American military base.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Correct, they did no damage. Yes, it was inconsequential. However, still, fact of the matter is, an American military base in Qatar just had 6 ballistic missiles fired at it.
Fib.NQ on the 5. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
I've got another piece of footage coming out.
If you don't know that this is a news day, like I can't help you,
This is coming
but this is not the place for you.
Propaganda outlet.
Make sure the fries are in the bag, bro. Make sure you put the fries in the bag.
U.S. Qatari air defense.
Get them here hot and on time or no tip.
The targeting of the U.S. Al Udeid base. Take a look. Full screen this. This is what it looked like over Qatar about 20 minutes ago.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
Now, folks, you know, suffice to say, Israel is not the only nation in the Middle East that has these surface-to-air, you know, ballistic missile intercepting contraptions. These batteries, right? Israel has them. In fact, Israel has numerous types. There's different types of ballistic missile interceptors that they have, and also drone interceptors, all different types. Anyway, but they're not the only country in the region. All of our, as far as I understand, all of our U.S. military bases in the region have similar defense systems. Maybe not the exact same, but similar. And it seems like a lot of these other countries have them as well. I'll play this one more time. One more time here.
Fib.NQ on the 5. Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
Folks. Okay, I'm going to turn that off. I do have some breaking news here, folks. Bahrain also, right here. Bahrain has also shut down its airspace as of 4 minutes ago. They didn't do it 20 or 25 or 30 minutes ago. They shut down their airspace.
This is just keeping on the Nasdaq
4 minutes
100,
ago,
extending gains
which
to 1%.
leads me to believe
Again, we did have
that
comments
Bahrain
from
is still
down NQ on the 9.
earlier on that.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Yeah,
shut
clears.
down.
Upper bands
United
touch
Arab
NQ on the
Emirates
40.
airspace
Didn't give an exact time.
shut down. Bahrain airspace
Upper
shut
bands
down.
touch NQ on the 40.
Kuwait airspace also shut down.
Also, Access
Okay, do we have a
reporter on
flight
X saying
tracker
Trump
map
administration
we can
was
take a look
aware
at here?
of an
Upper
advance
bands touch NQ on the
They
40.
are in the process of grounding every plane in the region. They're trying to get everything out of the sky. It takes them a couple minutes, right? You can see, look at these airports. There's what is effectively a traffic jam. Everybody's trying to land right now and get out of the air.
Upper bands
They don't
touch
know what's
NQ on the 40.
Now we can actually put on an
Fib.NQ
interesting
on the
filter.
5.
Take a look at this. These are all of the airplanes. Let's take a look at only military planes. Now we're only looking at military planes. So this is we have a United Arab Emirates. This is a Hercules. That's I believe that's a transport ship. Come up here, look at Iran. Look at
2-finger NQ on the 40.
What is going on? Who is
Enigma
this guy?
short on the CL3.
Indian? There was an Indian military globe master flying over Jordan, heading towards Israel right now. They flew all the way over Saudi Arabia through the Persian Gulf.
Reports that Iran told Qatar
not the Persian Gulf.
Iran was going to fire missiles to Doha, and then Qataris told
you know what they might be doing? They might be flying into Israel to try to evacuate Indians. Still, for the last couple hours, for the last couple days, there has been an ongoing effort to get everybody out of the Middle East. You know, if this is the
Double
Indian State
Delta
Department,
NQ on
time
the
to come
9.
home. If you're an Indian living
Also,
in Israel,
officials
anywhere,
Al
you
Jazeera
gotta
says,
come home.
what's this, they're taking preemptive defensive measures in anticipation of any Iranian attack on our bases in the region.
Hey, time to come home. China flew in a bunch of planes to Iran a couple days ago. That was a big controversy. Time to come home. We are evacuating everybody. Merlis, love you and your family, brother. Thank you, Merlis. Thank you. For Merlis, you never listen. Hey, I should be donating.
2 red crosses on the 3s.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Now I'm taking a look back over here. So once again, Bahrain has shut down their airspace. I think this is... Whoa, folks, we have a stunning new video. Stand by here for a moment. This is footage from the recent ballistic missile attack over Qatar. Never before seen footage. Take a look. Wow. Wait, hold up. Wait, because one of those impacted. Footage from Iran's ballistic missile attack appears to show a malfunction of a PA-3 MSE interceptor. It's a Patriot air defense system. So this might not actually be an Iranian ballistic missile. This might be a malfunctioning missile interceptor.
So senior regional
and it
source
got turned back
says
around
Iran
and then
informed
came
the
back
US
down
by
and
2
hit-
diplomatic channels
and hit the ground.
hours ahead of attack on
And by the way,
attacks
we
on
know
Qatar.
that this can happen. We have
And
seen
Tehran
this
also
numerous
informed
times.
Doha. So again, Iran informed
In
US
Israel,
by
a lot
2
of the
diplomatic
Israeli
channels ahead of attacks
interceptors
on
have
Qatar.
malfunctioned
Tehran also
also.
informed Doha.
We've got
Again,
footage of
according
that.
to
We've seen
senior
that happen
regional
numerous
source
times over the
here.
last week or so. Good Lord.
You know something I love almost as much as I love America? Is a great deal. Also novelty.
That seemed like it's an Iranian ballistic missile.
Double Delta NQ on the 5.
Listen, hey, Mr. Given 2000, thank you very much. 0 F's Given, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay,
Two-finger
I'm getting
NQ on the
I'm
40.
having a lot of people tag me on Twitter here, trying to show me some videos. I'm going to put up our live feed cams once again. Once again, if you are new here, please make sure to drop a follow. Make sure to subscribe to the broadcast, and you know, a lot of these updates on Twitter are actually unrelated. Okay, so Twitter is okay. Do not tag me on Twitter today. Too much going on. Now, what else am I seeing here? Oh, okay, we have another report. This is not coming from Wall Street Journal. This is now coming out of Reuters, folks. Breaking news coming out of Reuters. Iran informed the United States via 2 diplomatic channels hours before the attacks on Qatar. Tehran also notified Doha, according to a senior regional source. Doha is the big capital city of Qatar, by the way. Okay, so allegedly, this entire attack was designed. It was intentionally designed to be.
So according to
CNN,
Trump is monitoring retaliation
Super AO at the top.
in the region, in addition to Qatar, including Bahrain and Iraq, and possibly more
there
locations.
Were reports about a half
and
hour
according
ago
to 2
that
White
we
House
were worried
officials who
about
spoke to
some
CNN.
of our bases in Iraq and Syria.
Big Bull stepped in.
That has ended up not being true. So it seems like Iran still does not want the heat. They do not want to escalate this. We are having two independent reports, one from Wall Street Journal, one from Reuters, saying that Iran actually notified the U.S. about this attack hours beforehand. It's one of those deals where, you know, they felt like they had to save face, send a message, but they actually don't want to escalate this. That seems to be the case, at least according to these 2 independent reports we've had over the last 10 minutes. Now, I see this report right here. I want to show this to you folks. U.S. President Trump is monitoring potential Iranian retaliation against multiple U.S. bases in the region, in addition to Qatar, including Bahrain and Iraq, and possibly more
Brent
locations.
crude
according
futures
to
falling
White
over
House
$4
officials
as Iran's retaliation
who spoke with
focuses
CNN.
on regional U.S. military
Trump
bases.
is monitoring potential Iranian retaliation at multiple U.S. bases in the region. In addition to Qatar, they are monitoring everything. Trump right now, folks, is in the Situation Room, keeping tabs on everything that is going on, meeting with his National Security Council. Oh, folks, I have breaking
Divergence
news.
down
as of
NQ
1
on the
minute
9.
ago.
Fib.NQ on the 40.
The Israeli Air Force is now carrying out strikes in Tehran.
Double Delta
according to
NQ on the
Israeli
9.
Defense Force military radio. So right now, people are snooping in on the IDF
J. Hook
military
Long,
radio.
Nasdaq
Seems
on the
like
MACD.
Israel's
Touch NQ
carrying
on the
out
40.
strikes on Tehran. Tehran is the big capital city here in Iran here. Why is this so pixelated? Let me reload, I apologize.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
This is Tehran here. So Israel is allegedly bombing Tehran at the moment. Now, folks, we have another little bit of a report here, kind of. I want to show you something here. Yeah, Israel is now stepping into the fray.
AI boom
Breaking
might pose
news.
risk to growth in short run.
62% of bettors. This is on a betting website. You can actually bet on anything in the entire world. If you know that, there's a betting website called Polymarket.
Double Delta
There are
NQ
people
on the 5.
betting on whether or not the U.S. military will
Double
get
Delta
involved
NQ on the 9.
offensively against Iran by June 30th. Will there be another? Because we already did the other day. Will there be another U.S. military action against Iran by June 30th? The betting odds here are 62% yes. People are betting money on this right now. That is what I'm seeing. People are willing to bet on anything these days. I'm going to flip back on these cameras, and we are scouting around. Okay, I'm gonna open up some of this breaking news coverage. I think we probably have stuff coming out of Newsmax. I'm gonna put on some coverage here, folks, while I try to find some more updates. I think we do have a lot to talk about here. Give me one moment.
Breaking news breaks things.
Appears, by all accounts, as you've just been reporting, as though they're trying to signal their offering, say that this was our response to the hits.
According to Al Samira's TV site and the Transport Ministry, Iraq closes airspace.
Sometimes we'll see quotes in Iranian state media, things in Arabic or Farsi, like "we consider this matter closed" is a popular line that's used often. We have not seen that yet. State TV, of course, is saying that they've completely destroyed the base and that there are many American casualties, but they've also been on TV today saying that Tel Aviv has burned to the ground, so you cannot take anything that they say reliably. Of course, the Qataris are strongly condemning the attack and say that this is a flagrant violation of their sovereignty, airspace, and international law. We see the airspace closing over the UAE as well. Hundreds of flights are now diverting into this very busy air corridor, which was strained already by the closures of the air.
Breaking news, folks. In the Gulf, there's an organization called the Gulf Cooperation Council. The Gulf Cooperation Council, it's a collective
Divergence of NQ on the 9.
They just issued a statement saying the Iranian attack against the Al Udeid air base is a, quote, blatant violation of Qatar's sovereignty. This is from the Gulf Cooperation Council.
Around the world for the next 24 hours, probably longer. So we'll continue to monitor if there are any further attacks. Of course, the main thing here to pay attention to is that when and because this was broadcasted apparently so early on to Qatari officials, the Iranians telling the Qataris this attack would take place per some Qatari accounts and reports, then it's likely that all of the aircraft, we know this is standard practice, the U.S. Air Force, the British, United Kingdom's Royal Air Force, and the Qatari jets that are also stationed at this base,
J-Hook short
they would have
NQ on
been
the
in
5.
air before this attack was taking place. None of those jets left just hanging
Enigma
on
long on the ES2.
So if they're still in the air right now, is there a response? And with the president in the situation
There
room,
could be.
is there a
NQ on
response
the
to
5.
In Saudi Arabia, President Trump scrambled numerous American fighter jets out of a Saudi Arabian U.S. Air Force base.
Divergence of NQ on the 9.
Now, what are they going to do? Don't know. President Trump is in the situation room right now. He could snap his fingers and have these fighter jets go bomb something in Iraq. I'm sorry, in Iran. Any minute could happen.
Jet or from a U.S. jet, possibly even a British jet, possibly even a
Bib.
Qatari
NQ
jet.
on the 5.
Two U.S. officials say no U.S. casualties reported after Iran attack on Al Udeid Air Base.
Which dot?
Condemnation from Qatar.
Medium range.
Oh, broke.
Follow suit. Zach Anders, thank you for that report. We appreciate it. And you heard Zach mention the airspace. Do we still have the live feed of the air traffic in the Middle East? We can perhaps get that up. We brought you this earlier, and here it is. You can see the planes in yellow, and this has changed dramatically from the last time we showed you this. You can see, again, the body of water there is the Persian Gulf, and what you see there is in that little thing that springs up, that is Qatar right there. Just very few airplanes, but everything has been diverted well to the west of Qatar. And you also heard Zach mention the UAE is underneath that video box that we showed you there. And you can, again, see how all these Arab countries are being affected by this. Let's bring Robert Wilkie back in and talk more about that and how...
Folks, emergency breaking news update here. We have yet another warning here in America from the Department of Homeland Security, the DHS, warning again of, quote, violent extremists on American soil who might independently mobilize.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Independently mobilize. DHS warning right now.
Regime there, people representing the majority of the population in Syria. Look, the Sunnis have been at war with Shia since the Islamic faith fractured many hundreds of years ago. And I've often said that the Sunnis are much more worried about Persian Shia showing up in Mecca than they've ever been about Jews praying in Jerusalem. Because then it's not only an article of religious faith, which they view the Iranians as heretics, but the Persians have been at war with Arabs for over 2,000 years, and this is a place of long memory. So yes, I think you see the Sunnis united in their desire to see the Ayatollahs go. And Israelis and the United States have gone.
Real quick, breaking news update. I'm getting reports of massive blasts taking place in the heart of Tehran, specifically two. Two massive blasts have been recorded in the heart of Tehran, the big capital city of Iran, and we know the IDF is carrying out airstrikes. We just got that information 3 or 4 minutes ago. Folks.
Paul, an area where people go for tourism.
Why is the market going up? The M in market stands for manipulation.
In the cabinet when
Good Schools V
Netanyahu
says that I'm a neutral on crypto, mostly focused on financial stability.
Iraq airspace is closed.
I think it's President Trump's desire to expand that. He's even talked about including, of all nations, Syria, a nation that has been at war with Israel since 1948, unstopped. And he really sees a new dawn.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
The only way it's going to come to fruition is if the Iranian regime is either defanged or disposed of, because they're not going to stop.
Double Delta NQ on the 5.
Messianic mission to dominate the entire region.
Okay, Super AO.
Let's just be frank.
Saudi Arabia says Iran attack on Qatar cannot be
There is still an
justified.
issue with the Wahhabi Salafi terrorists. We just saw a terror attack, ISIS-inspired terror attack on a church in the Middle East today. That is still an issue, obviously. But to think, Robert, the outcome of this and President Trump's Operation Midnight Hammer could be a situation where you see a
lower
country
bands
like
touch
Syria
NQ
or
on the
perhaps
40.
Saudi Arabia.
If you want to get your name,
Also,
phone
report
number,
on
and
X
address
says,
off the
as
internet,
per
but want
latest
to handle
images,
the removals
traffic
yourself,
in Hormuz is
Optery's
unaffected.
free opt-out guides are amazing. When you sign up for Optery's free scanning, you'll get a full picture of where your personal information is shared online, complete with screenshots
Also,
and
US
direct
military
links.
official
When you combine
says
this
no
information
Iranian
with the
attack
step-by-step
reported at
DIY
any US
guides
base
on
other than
Optery.com,
Qatar.
you'll know where to go, what to look for, and exactly how to get all this information removed. And if that seems like too much work, Optery has affordable paid plans with
Lower
30-day
bands
money-back
touch NQ on the 40.
Either way, it's the best place to start protecting your privacy. Try
All
a
right.
free scan.
Mega late Nate. It's hard to split to big plays coming. That's all I know is big play.
Chance of coming to fruition, but we can't.
Big play.
Yeah, we can't rest on our...
Mega late Nate. One of my favorites. I'm going to go bet on it almost every single time.
Well, speaking of this coming response, there is a little bit of solidarity taking place in the Middle East right now. Take a look. We have Kuwait. We have Iraq up here. We have Bahrain right here. And we have Qatar and also United Arab Emirates, a full front kind of surrounding here on the west side of Iran, have shut down their airspace.
Listening for audio box.
Up until now, the airspace was open. All of them, what is that, 5 or 6 different nations here have shut down their airspace. No flying in, no
on the
flying
5.
out. We also have an official statement from numerous U.S. defense officials. They have confirmed that U.S. forces at Al Udeid Air Force Base in Qatar were attacked just moments, like a half hour ago now. This is what we're talking about. with both short range and medium range ballistic missiles fired from Iran, with no reports so far of any casualties to U.S. service members stationed in Qatar or anywhere
It's
else.
wild. Holy cow, that is wild.
So now we have the official American confirmation. We also know that in Iran, the Iranian air defense systems have just been activated over Tehran, Karaj, and Isfahan. This is all over here, kind of west side. There's Isfahan, there's Tehran. And we also know for a fact that the IDF is attempting to, probably successfully, carrying out bombing runs. The Israeli Air Force is bombing numerous locations in Iran right now. We've heard of 2 explosions just in the last 5 minutes in Tehran. That is what is going on. So, folks, it is going down. I don't see anything at the moment coming out of the Iranian propaganda media. We also know American fighter jets were scrambled 20 minutes ago in Saudi Arabia. Now, are they going to do anything? We don't know. We do not know. Now, folks, here is something interesting. I have a live feed in Qatar.
EU and Canada agreed to ensure secure sourcing of critical minerals,
ever happens in
and
Jerusalem.
they signed security pact to deepen
These
partnership
days, at
on
least, maybe
defense.
back in the day, but not a lot has been happening over the last week in Jerusalem. So you know what? For the time being, I'm going to flip on this Qatari feed, and let me relabel this. This is Qatar.
Fib.NQ on
These
the
days,
5.
not a lot going on in Jerusalem. Anyway, that is Qatar. We have a live feed right there, and we're
Enigma
gonna come back
short
and
on
take
the
a look at that here in a
NQ5.
minute. But for the time being, I am scanning once again. We've got officials, or I'm sorry, not officials. We've got announcements coming out all the freaking time right now. Once again, though, from President Trump himself, quiet, silence, and the reason why is because at this moment he is in a National Security Council meeting. Okay. Once again, no damage.
As Goolsby says, if we get through this period, the outlook is pretty strong.
Has been recorded. By the way, we actually do have a couple.
Oh, they just stated positive news, so you know what that means.
Qatar. We have Tel Aviv. We have Tehran. Don't see anything. Well,
Here comes the manipulation.
What is that glowing light right in the center of Tehran? It's a little bit small. This is the best footage I have for you right now. It is, by the way, it is very, very difficult
Also reports
to
that no
get
interruption
live
to
broadcast
Qatari energy
footage
shipments
out
or
of,
production
out of Iran
after
anywhere.
attack on
So
Udeid
we kind of have to
airbase,
take what we can get.
according
We
to a
have
source
Isfahan and
with
we have
direct
Tehran.
knowledge of the matter.
But that might be an explosion right there. That might be fire or flames coming out of the middle of the city. You can see that right there, right in the middle. Who knows what that might be? We're going to keep an eye on that here for a moment.
Fed
Because,
announces
like
its
we've said,
supervisors
at this
will
very
no longer
second,
consider
literally
reputational
this
risk
very second,
when examining
Israel's
banks.
carrying out bombing runs all throughout central western Iran. So we're going to give this some time. And I'm looking around. You know, I want to... Today would be a very interesting time to double back and take a look at this very interesting post that Alex Jones shared on Twitter yesterday. I want to reread through this with you folks. I need to find it. He's one of these guys that posts 100 times a day, so it's going to be hard to find, but give me a moment here. It's maybe
Enigma
this
short
little
on the
conspiracy that was
NQ5.
going around yesterday, but now, you know, excuse me, you know what? This conspiracy that we talked about yesterday about what really is going on here with this entire situation, maybe it seems a little bit more likely given what has gone on today. So I want to find this for you folks. Give me a moment here. It's on his website. Okay, well, I think I'm just about... Here it is, folks. Okay. I want to read something to you folks. I'm going to leave the cameras up on the screen. What I'm about to share with you might be what is going on here, or it might not be. Take it with a grain of salt, but listen up. Okay. Okay. Is all of this a big show or a backdoor deal? There are 7 bullet points here. 1. Iran's nuclear facilities were evacuated and equipment moved out days in advance before President Trump bombed these facilities. And it seems like there is some truth to that. We know from new, recently surfaced satellite imagery that there were a bunch of bulldozers and also cargo trucks going in and out of Fordo nuclear site. Specifically, what were they doing? There were dozens of like semi-trucks going in and out. What were they doing? Were they moving stuff out? Were they bringing stuff in? Who knows? This is part of the idea. 2, U.S. publicly announced and made the upcoming strikes visible. We all saw the bombers moving in place and the news coverage predicting the strikes. And we know that's true because here on this broadcast 2 days ago, I was telling everybody, guys, listen, I'm keeping my ear to the ground. These B-2 bombers are in the air. You remember 2 days ago, I spent 6 hours before the bombing runs actually happened. Okay? I had people saying, oh, Matt Moore is fake news. You're fake news. The B-2 bombers are not in the air. Well, then President Trump posted on Truth Social that they had bombed it. Okay? So I'm thinking if I saw the signs, probably Iran saw the signs also. So anyway, some of us knew. Bullet point 3. The U.S. struck. What this means is that the U.S. struck an empty Iranian nuclear facility since the Iranians knew about this in advance and had evacuated the facilities. Bullet point number 4. U.S. satellites showed the evacuation of the facilities by the Iranians. Hence, the Americans knew the facility is empty and not operational. This bullet point number 5. United States and Iran held secret talks in Oman days before the bunker buster bombs were dropped. Nobody knows what was agreed upon, though. Nobody knows. But this is a fact. We do know that they held talks in Oman. We know that.
Double Delta NQ on the 9.
Bullet point number 6. Trump essentially explained that a deal just like this was done previously in 2020. Trump himself. And I want to show you what that video is. Trump has talked about stuff like this happening in the past. Take a look.
Before you go too far, would have never happened with me. I had Iran in check. Do you know, we hit them very hard for something that they did, and they had to hit back. They feel they have to do that, and I understand that. Do you know they called me to tell me we're going to hit a certain location, but we're not going to hit it. It's going to be outside of the perimeters.
Who called you?
Iran called me. Iran called me, called for me. And they let us know, and we had 16 missiles went off. I believe it was 16. 6 or 7 failed in the air.
When was this?
This was prior to the attack on a fort that we had where they hit back. Do you remember when they sent 18 missiles or 16 missiles? 5 failed. They let us know, don't move. We're going to have to hit you back. Psychologically, we have to do that because we hit them on the 5. Something. You remember?
Weiland.
They sent 16 or 18 missiles, and we knew they weren't going to hit inside.
And this is back in 2020. This is during his first term. After he blew up Soleimani, he's saying Iran, they had to retaliate. Otherwise, they appear weak. They got to do it. But they called him in advance and said, listen, we have to retaliate publicly. We have to do something, but we are intentionally going to do no damage.
By the fort. And the media was going, and now I reveal it. The media was going wild because they say it's strange. They're very accurate missiles. How come they all missed? Nobody was killed, if you remember.
Yes,
with all of those missiles, nobody was killed. Now, they had to do it because they have people and they have to show strength. So they aimed the missiles, but they said, please don't attack
Divergence
us.
down NQ on the 9.
That was respect. We had respect.
Okay, so this is a situation that
Double
happened
Delta
now
NQ
5
on the
years ago
5.
when President Trump blew up one of the IRGC's top generals, Soleimani. Okay, you might remember that name. So what are we seeing today? Well, let's rewind. What are we seeing 2 days ago? President Trump drops a multitude, numerous bunker buster bombs, Tomahawk missiles all over the place
Upper
in Iran.
bands touch NQ on the 40.
We know how they operate. They are going to have to retaliate. They're going to have to do it. So what we just saw
Double
just now,
Delta
45
NQ on the
minutes
5.
ago, was this Iranian retaliation, if you can call it that. They fired 6 ballistic missiles over Qatar, where we had a military base. But now we're getting reports out of Reuters and Wall Street Journal that Iranian officials actually reached out to the Trump.
We ran a promotion cutting the price of Mint Unlimited in half, and it was so popular, we're doing it again. It's like a sequel that's actually as good as the original.
Upper
Maybe
bands
better.
touch NQ on
Definitely
the 40.
not worse. Okay, it's exactly the same.
They can't let this stuff slide publicly, but they don't actually really want to do any damage or escalate this. It's all about the optics. It's all about the perception. Okay? Well, we're hearing from Reuters and Wall Street Journal that that's exactly what is going on. Now, let me finish this Alex Jones write-up here. Bullet point number 7. The only logical conclusion is that Iran and USA made a secret deal to end the war. Is that what happened? The USA and Iran made a secret deal to end the war. The USA strikes a bunch of empty nuclear facilities, and then Iran will retaliate, but miss. But intentionally miss. Now, let's try to get inside the mind of Khamenei here, the mind of the Ayatollah. Maybe he is actually okay with de-escalating his nuclear program or shutting down the nuclear program, but he can't publicly come out and admit that because otherwise he looks weak. If Khamenei just randomly one day comes out and says, listen, we have agreed with the Americans to shut down our facility, he looks weak. He looks like a pushover. He looks like he's giving in to the Americans. He looks like he's capitulating to the Americans or to the Israelis. However, if it seems like he's kind of forced to do it insofar as you have these facilities get blown up, and then he has his retaliatory strike we just saw 45 minutes ago, then maybe he has a way out. Then he has a way out. Maybe he wanted a way out. Maybe he was okay low-key with shutting the program down, but for him, he's got a reputation. He's got optics. He can't appear weak domestically, otherwise he might have a civil uprising or a coup. So he got to do it a very specific, careful way. He can't just do it on his own. That might be the case. That might be the case. And by the way, this is a write-up that we saw. This is an idea, a theory that we saw yesterday. We talked a lot about this yesterday, and what happened today? We saw this totally inconsequential retaliatory strike that has effectively done nothing. Okay, I'm going to flip back on our Middle Eastern cameras here. I'm going to keep scanning around for breaking news here. I'm looking around here, folks. Bear with me. And thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate it, folks. Thank you all very much for tuning in. If you are new, please make sure to subscribe to the channel. And make sure to hit the like button on today's broadcast. Thank you, folks, very, very much. Now, let me scan around and see if I can find any breaking news for you folks. One moment here. You have something coming out?
General Clark, the same question to you. Kind of what stood out to you over the weekend with our U.S. military and their successful strategic precision strike against Iran's nuclear capacity?
Well, it was extremely well planned.
Okay, I'm sorry. Breaking news, folks. I'm seeing breaking news right here. Just in, President Trump does not want any further military engagements in the region.
So Trump on Truth Social just saying the sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed and everyone knows it.
Fib.NQ
This
on
is
the
coming
5.
out of CNN. CNN just reported this. Once again, President Trump does not want any further engagements, military engagements in the Middle East. This is 1 minute ago, folks. And his administration expected these attacks. What do you know? What do you say? What do you say?
All the world's a stage.
All of the coordination that went around those strikes. Neither does China yet. So they're looking at it. They're envious. It's sending a message to them. But as General Eddie said, the most important thing is what's the objective, and not just the military objective.
I'm looking for more, folks. Hold on, stand by. Thank you.
Political objective of the campaign. What is it? Israel first said it was nuclear and ballistics. Now they're working against the regime itself as though regime change.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep
President von der Leyen says the
apologize,
EU
but
and
I
Canada
just have
agree
so
to
much breaking
maximize
news right now,
pressure on
folks.
Russia.
A longer
We have a
write-up.
live video where they're
Sorry, that's
speaking
not
on the
one.
feed for those
This is the
interested.
one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all.
I guess that's why they call them theaters.
Together. Now we have a solid report. Take a look at this. The Trump administration was anticipating Tehran would retaliate after strikes by the U.S. Air Force on Iranian nuclear sites over the weekend. And the president does not want more military engagement in the Middle East, a senior White House official has told CNN. Though the official added that President Trump is willing to escalate U.S. military involvement, quote, if necessary.
Confirmation from two U.S. officials that there were no U.S. casualties reported after the Iran attack at the Al Udeid air base, but with short and medium-range missiles.
We've been talking about an off-ramp, a way that everybody can get out of this situation, for the Iranians to get out of this situation, for the U.S. to disengage here. Was this all a carefully crafted, a premeditated, planned off-ramp for this entire situation to de-escalate? All of this is a premeditated plan, a secret backroom agreement made between the Americans and the Iranians. Is all of this part of the plan? Frankly, it does seem like it. At the moment, if I had to place a bet, that's my bet. Just astounding.
For being with us. Give me your assessment of the weekend approaches and just to
Truth Social?
move
Okay,
the
hold up.
ball down the field a little bit.
So again, keep in mind, U.S. Energy Secretary Wright currently speaking on CNBC.
His constitutional powers. There needs to be a vote by Congress.
I'm sorry, folks. 3 minutes ago here on Truth Social, I want to share this with you guys. Take a look at this right here. This one. 3 minutes ago, breaking news hot off the President Trump press. He says, the sites that we hit in Iran were totally destroyed and everyone knows it. Only the fake news would say anything different in order to try to demean as much as possible, and even they say they were pretty well destroyed. Working especially hard on this falsehood is Allison Cooper at Fake News CNN, Dumb Brian L. Roberts, chairman of the Concast, Johnny Carl of ABC Fake News, and always the losers of, again, Concast's NBC Fake News. It never ends with the sleazebags in the media, and that's why their ratings are at an all-time low. Okay, so this is a little bit kind of unrelated to what's going on right now. Now, we did have a message from President Trump 2 hours ago. Did I hear former President Medvedev
EC President
from
von
Russia
der Leyen says
casually
Canada may
throwing
take
around
part in the AI
N-word,
factory initiative.
nuclear, and saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran? Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? He did say that. If he did say that, and if confirmed, please let me know immediately.
Qatar's Interior
The
Minister on
N-word
X says security
should not
conditions
be
are
treated
stable
so
in the country.
casually. I guess that's why Putin's the boss. By the way, if anyone thinks our hardware was great over the weekend,
Double Delta NQ
far
on the
and
5.
away the strongest and best equipment we
Vip.NQ
have,
on the 9.
20 years advanced over the pack, is our nuclear submarines. Now he's saying the N-word. Now President Trump is saying the N-word. I cannot believe that he just
Trump
said the
doesn't
N-word.
want more military engagement in the Middle East.
Nuclear! They are the most powerful submarines and lethal weapons ever built. And they just launched 30 Tomahawks. All 30 hit their mark
Vip.NQ on the 9.
perfectly. So in addition to our great fighter pilots, thank you to the captain and the crew. Oh, he went there. He said, hey, listen, if you're going to say the N-word, I'm going to say it too.
So CNN,
That's what
they're
he said
citing
right
a
there.
senior White House official
Unbelievable.
on Trump's thinking.
Anyway, let's
again
get
saying
back to
Trump
the
doesn't
situation in
want
the Middle
more
East.
military
Vip.NQ on the
engagement in the
40.
Middle East.
Make Iran great again, then perhaps some new leadership
Moment here,
could.
please.
I don't know if we have that specific tweet. Yes, it's not politically correct to use the term regime change, but if the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? Miga, what do you make of this truth by the President of the United States?
Vip.NQ on the 5.
Well, I think I'm looking at it this way. I look at it that Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, Prime Minister Netanyahu said that Israel can finish this, can finish
House
what they've
Speaker
started.
Johnson said it is not an appropriate
their
time for
objective
Congress
is
to consider a
regime
war
change.
powers resolution.
The question, of course, is what do they mean by regime change? Do you mean just
Fib.NQ on the
5. The Ayatollah? Do you mean to remove the Ayatollah and his chief counsel and leadership? Do you mean to change the very form and type of government? How is that going to be viewed by the Persian Street? I mean, there's so much that goes on there when you start talking about regime change, and quite frankly, this notion of nation building, which is what would then happen, that locks you up literally for many, many years. And that becomes the question. I think that's what my constituents were most concerned about is if you're going beyond the nuclear issue and trying to eradicate the possibility for nuclear weapons held by a very evil, tyrannical, terrorist state like Iran. By the way, it is their leadership. It's not the Iranian street that's so demonic, quite frankly. Then my constituents would say, and I think a lot of people in Congress would say, well, then we better make a case and understand pretty clearly what that means, because that could very easily mean a long-term commitment to that state that we didn't otherwise plan on making.
Right. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, folks, right now, there have been a lot of people for the last week or so acting like this is World War III. This will 100% guarantee.
Low impact news event FOMC member Kugler speaks. Low impact news event FOMC member Williams speaks.
There have been a lot of people saying that for the last week, especially
So according to a US official telling the wires, no Iranian missiles appear to have hit US air bases in Qatar.
Plan, this was a secret negotiated arrangement with Iran behind closed doors. He has an off-ramp. We are getting out of this. This is de-escalating.
All right, I'll be right back.
Going to be so incredibly vindicated. President Trump will be the most vindicated man on the face of the planet, proving all of those people wrong. It's too early to say. I don't know. Time will tell. We got to see.
Serious. This is a serious escalation where the United States is now becoming a combatant. And I appreciate the comments of my friend Andy Biggs there. I think Congressman Biggs is correct. I think we're going to have to take a hard look at where this is all going. They're going to get a full briefing. I think I have a pretty good picture of what's going on. But at this point, instead of the Iranians
Double Delta NQ on the 5.
That there's going to be difficulty for them going forward, and further conflict with us will probably weaken their regime.
So keep in mind, in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, we're expecting comments from Fez Williams and Kugler, who host a Fed Listens event at the SUNY Community College. No text expected and no Q&A either.
Say 40 years. There was a time that this would have brought out a lot of Arab countries opposing Israel and the United States.
At this Fed Listens event, Kugler due to be giving welcoming remarks. Again, a text is expected for Kugler, and no Q&A though, no live stream available either.
For the regime in Iran, because it doesn't look like anybody's stepping up to help them.
Iran has no regional allies.
So on the tactical level, the Qataris were anticipating this. They, again, this friend on the ground, I'm reporting this firsthand from an associate is on the ground in Qatar at one of the U.S. bases, was saying the Qataris were anticipating this. They expected this, and they were trying to protect the Americans.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Beyond
Double
Qatar,
Delta NQ on the 9.
We're talking about essentially some form of a residual Abraham Accord, which has helped maintain Arab neutrality, to be polite. As a matter of fact, I think some of the Arab states, Saudi Arabia, I think they're probably helping the Israelis and us a little bit, because they're Shia, they're Sunni, and the Iranians are Shia.
Well, obviously they are helping us. We have military bases in every single one of these countries. And he mentions, well, I think Saudi Arabia is probably helping us. No shit. We have military bases in Saudi Arabia. There are American we just launched a bunch of fighter jets out of Saudi Arabia 35 minutes ago, and also in Qatar, and also in UAE. Well, I think
thousands of lines of code, my friend. Tens of thousands now.
Obviously, they are
66 algorithms internal,
and not go after the Israelis.
working correlated
I think in many ways trying to help
internally.
Qatar's trying to protect U.S. forces on the ground in Qatar.
Tony, what does
What's our
Iran's
time?
leadership structure look like at this moment? Who is calling the shots? Is it the Supreme Leader? There's reports from the Wall Street Journal that the Supreme Leader is still in Iran, hunkered down in some sort of bunker.
Fib.NQ on the
calling
5.
shots, but he's 86
Climatics,
years old.
yeah, you're right. Yep.
We know that Israel has eliminated Iran's top military commanders as well as nuclear scientists. Who would the U.S. be negotiating with, or who would Israel be negotiating with for an unconditional surrender?
Excellent question, and I'll give it to you as best I understand.
Low impact news event FOMC member Kugler
the
speaks.
Iranian diplomatic corps.
Low impact news
which
event
has
FOMC
been
member Williams
essentially
speaks.
outside of Iran that we maintain contact with. That contact then goes back through a series of communications channels to the guy in the bunker. And you see that there are two power centers right now still kind of functioning. You've got the Ayatollah, you mentioned him, and also theoretically the Iranian Republic Parliament. The Parliament, while I don't think is independent thinking as our Congress, and our Congress can be pretty independent.
Here's the thing. I really do not think that President Trump cares about regime change. If the Ayatollah Khomeini wants to stay in charge and have the IRGC, I don't think President Trump cares. Really, what it seems to be about for him, he's been saying this since at least 2011, is that they cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. That's it. That's all. That President Trump, it doesn't seem like he's looking to bomb Khomeini or overthrow the government or implant another regime. I don't think he cares about that. Now, Netanyahu, Israel, most certainly that is the objective. Somebody said, okay, well, even if Trump doesn't get involved or he wants to de-escalate, it seems like he does, are the Israelis just going to keep on bombing? Yeah, probably. But, you know, that's, hey, as long as we are not involved, I think that's really all that most Americans care about here. Most Americans just don't want us to be involved.
Well, the China uses comes that straight, and I don't think the Chinese are going to allow that to happen.
Patriot Force, thank you.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little later in the hour. Lieutenant Colonel Tony Shaffer, thank you so much.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, keep it right here as we monitor the White House.
Two-finger NQ on the 89.
Much more to come when National Desk returns after a quick.
All right, folks, I am tracking down
5 minutes
some
time now at the bottom of the hour.
news.
Feds
We have
Williams
live
and
cams
Feds
coming out
Kugler
of
are
Milan.
both due to be hosting
We have
a
live
Fed
cams coming
Listens
out of
event,
Qatar. We
with
have live
Kugler
cams
giving
in
welcoming
Jerusalem and
remarks.
Tel Aviv.
For Feds
We
Kugler,
have
a
live
text is
cams all over
expected.
the
No
place.
Q&A is available, no live stream
Excuse
either.
me now. I do have a couple updates here. This is coming out of the Iranian propaganda outlet here that I'd like to show you folks. What are the Iranians saying right now? Footage of an Iranian missile hitting the U.S. Al Udeid base in Qatar. So this is one of these things. The Iranians are pushing the narrative that they had a successful attack against the evil
Fib.NQ on
American
the
base
5.
in Qatar.
Lower bands
we know
touch
that they
NQ on the
didn't.
40.
We know that they did not hit this base. We know that they did not. The Iranians are saying they are. Once again, this is this whole
theater,
this mindset, okay? The Iranian regime, Khomeini, the one thing that keeps them in power is this projection of fear and
Lower
dominance
bands touch
and
NQ on the
power,
40.
and if they don't put forth the narrative that they are in control, that they are the dominant player here, then they might seriously be risking an insurrection or a civil uprising or civilians or the Iranian people trying to rise up and overthrow them, right? And so they can't let that happen. They need to project strength, even if it means lying. And so this is so the Iranians are saying that this is a ballistic missile that landed in Qatar, one of their missiles. As we know, this is not a ballistic missile. This is actually a malfunctioning ballistic missile interceptor. It flew up, and then it doubled back, it malfunctioned, and it flew back down. This is not an Iranian ballistic missile. I'm going to sneeze here in a moment. What does this one say? Uh-oh. Man, and then they have to go post stuff like this.
According to a Gulf official, the attack on the airbase in Qatar will impact the relationship building efforts between Gulf states and Iran.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Come on, listen. We're trying to have an off-ramp here. We're trying to de-escalate. And then you got to go and post stuff like this. America will collapse at the feet of the leader. Why do you have to go post stuff like that?
Fib.NQ on the 5.
By doing that, why are you saying that? Okay, I'm gonna find some more. He's got some nice sandals.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
That's right. Okay. I'm looking around. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in today. Make sure please to subscribe to the channel. It really does help a lot if you guys are new. And make sure to hit the like.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
That is a massive thing also. Oh, folks, we have something very interesting to take a look at. We have some footage coming out of the Pentagon. The Pentagon has released footage showing the B-2 stealth bombers before and after executing Operation Midnight Hammer. Take a look at this.
Divergence up NQ on the 9.
This is a 2-minute video. I'm gonna let this play. Before and after the operation. These things are pretty.
So this meeting between Senator Johnson and Trump at the White House today is on the Big Beautiful Bill. So Ron John, when asked on the town hall if the Big Beautiful Bill passes by July 4th, says, "I highly doubt it."
Look at there's 4 of them up there. Look at these things. These
1 minute now
fly
as we get the
maximum
text release
altitude,
from Feds Kugler at this
50,000
Fed Listens
feet.
event.
Look at these things. Can you imagine flying one of these things over some uncontacted tribe in the Amazon rainforest? Oonga boonga, chunga zunga, oonga boonga. They'd say, what the hell? They'd say, oonga boonga is that? What in the chunga zunga boonga is that thing up there? They wouldn't even know what to think.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
They're touching back down. Landing back down.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
So cool.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
According to a senior Iranian official, Iran will continue its retaliation in response to US attacks.
There's one of these conspiracies that, while we have a minute, that the U.S. was able to extract a bunch of alien technology at the Roswell alien crash, the UFO crash, and then they reverse.
Feds Kugler does not comment on economic or monetary policy outlook in welcoming remarks to Fed events in Albany, New York.
As a consequence of Roswell, they apprehended a UFO and then they reverse engineered a bunch of alien technology.
On the 5.
And then this is why we had, starting in the 1950s, a huge explosion in technology. Silicon chips, semiconductors, computer processors, all of this stuff. They say that's actually reverse engineered alien technology from Roswell. 1948. Thank you for that correction. It all goes back
lower
to
bands touch NQ on the 40.
Alien tech. That's one of the conspiracies, at least. I don't, is that true? I don't know. Maybe not. Probably not. But anyway, we have a video here I wanted to show you guys. This is debris from one of these. Debris from Pack 3 MSC Interceptor.
I knew George was going to say something about that one.
That makes gasoline July around $2.21 a gallon.
Yeah, go through the 8-day boot camp, my friend. 8-day boot camp is currently free on our website, algoxpro.com. Click on training. Go through those 8 videos ASAP before they go back behind the paywall. We did the 8-day boot camp to shorten the 120-day program into 8 days. And if you don't have time to get it right now, I would suggest you download them so you have them for free.
Saying an Iranian,
on me.
A senior Iranian official says Iran has the necessary rationality to begin diplomacy after punishing the aggressor. So again, senior Iranian official says Iran has the necessary rationality to begin diplomacy after punishing the aggressor. They say if they seek negotiations, Israeli and US attacks must stop. So again, if they seek negotiations, Israeli and U.S.
The Iranian folks, the
stop.
Iranian propaganda continues. They are saying the recent Iranian attack on the U.S. base in Qatar appears to be more extensive than initially anticipated. They're saying, wow, we did even more damage than we thought we would. Big time damage is what they are saying. Excellent. Now, what do we have here?
A couple questions. One, could you hear explosions or see the effects when you came up? Hopefully they were shot down with the Iron Dome. And were the Israeli people happy, for lack of a better term, that they felt like they were exacting justice from the people that were actually behind Hamas and October 7th?
Okay, so great questions. For the first one, it would depend on where you are. If every single person in every building in Israel, and I can't remember if it's since the Iraq missiles in the 90s or since the Palestinian Second Intifada in the early 2000s, every building has to have some sort of or multiple sorts of bomb shelters. Again, something we are not familiar with here in America. So if you were in I was 3 stories below ground, so we could not hear anything happening outside of our bomb shelter. But if you were in an apartment buildings, on floor 3 or whatever, you could probably hear missiles. We basically never left.
Okay, we hit neutral on the nerd.
You could leave if you wanted to. So we left 2 times. I forgot what the sun felt like on my skin. I was like a prisoner for a couple days there. And then we could see the damage that was done throughout Jerusalem. We were driving to a lunch somewhere, and we saw there was an Arab neighborhood that took a direct hit in Jerusalem from an Iranian ballistic missile. Iran also, we were saying, is launching drones as well. Those are also mostly failing. But depending on where you were in Israel, you could, if you were in Tel Aviv, 1 story below ground, you could unfortunately probably hear it a lot. If you're in, now it looks like in northern Israel and Haifa, my understanding is most people there are under evacuation orders for possible further Iranian missile strikes there. So it would just depend. And then I think that this is different in a lot of ways from other missile
Iran
strikes from the
want
Houthis
out.
in Yemen, from Hamas and Gaza.
I think they want to be done.
Can happen in Israel all the time, because this is the ultimate bad guy in the region for both Israel, for America, for even Arab Gulf states. It's Iran, and Netanyahu has.
I was reading this political theory last night. It was a long read. It said that really what Iran's ultimate primary objective is right now. We've been talking about what is the end game, what is the goal, what is the strategy of Iran at the moment. And one of the political theories right now is that their ongoing plan is to slowly, continually escalate this situation such that they actually bait an American deployment of boots on the ground, an invasion of Iran.
Fib.and lower band touch NQ on the 40.
Iraq, that they actually want that. They know they cannot win a conventional war against the U.S. They know they probably can't do it against Israel. So the only way that they can do this is to bait another situation, kind of like Afghanistan or maybe like Vietnam, where we are deploying hundreds of thousands of soldiers into their country is. You guys understand, their country has
lower bands touch
an
NQ on the 40
amount of bunkers. They have been preparing for something like this for decades. That they actually want an American ground invasion to slowly bleed us out and win a war of attrition, similar to what happened recently in Afghanistan, where we just get bogged down. We get bogged down. Similar thing happened in Vietnam. They look at that, they reflect on that, and they say, that's the only chance we have against America. And then also they know that if America gets bogged down in another war in the Middle East, similar to Afghanistan, that President Trump's support domestically will crater. People are going to, in fact, what they're counting on allegedly is even a civil war. That if Trump gets us involved in a boots on the ground endeavor in Iran, one of the most mountainous, it's like just brutal environments on Earth, that they know it's gonna ultimately lead to the ruin of our country. That's allegedly one of the plan. That's one of the leading political theories at this point. Now, I actually don't think that is what they are doing. I don't think so. I think they want out. I think they want a way out. I think Iran wants this to be over. I think they are done. And of course, they can't just, for a lot of reasons, like we talked about, the optics and the reputation, they can't just come out and surrender. They can't. They're not going to do that. Everybody says the Iranians, the Persians are a proud people. They're not going to just roll over and say, you know what, okay, we surrender. They need an off-ramp. They need a way out. You got to have a plan. how to de-escalate this, and maybe that is what we are witnessing right now. We have reports today that the Trump administration was tipped off by the Iranians that this attack, this ballistic missile launch, was going to be carried out, that the Iranians actually told him hours in advance, and that the attack was more symbolic and
on the 5.
it wasn't even intended to do damage. Seems like they want a way out. If I had to bet, I'm betting money they want this to be done. They want a way out. They're trying to work.
He's von der Leyen, when asked about U.S. tariff discussions, says sovereign decision-making of the EU is
weird
untouchable.
Stuff going on right now. That's the only way that you can explain it for me. Okay, that's my thing. Now, there was a massive super chat, $69.99.
So according to Fox News, U.S. military is involved in intercepting Iranian missiles.
Matt, just watch the replay of your Saturday stream.
So again, U.S. military involved in intercepting Iranian missiles, as Fox News reported.
on the 9.
Fox News reporter citing senior U.S. officials on interception.
We got to see, folks. I don't know. Listen, today is going to be a short broadcast. We've been live now for 2 hours. I'm having a little bit of a rough day. I don't want to complain too much, but I do need to wrap
short
up.
on the NQ4.
Today, at about 8 in the morning, and I came downstairs expecting to take my dog for a walk, my 9-year-old German Shepherd, and I came downstairs and she had passed away.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
My German Shepherd, Leica, was her name. You guys have seen her on stream. Everything was fine last night. We went for a walk last night. The day before, we went for a hike. I was hiking with her 2 days ago in the woods.
Double Delta NQ on the 40.
This morning, and she had passed away. And so, I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm gonna go take care of some real life stuff. I went live because of this emergency broadcast situation, and I've done my best to kind of put on a, not kind of let it show today during today's broadcast, but it's a rough day. So I am going to wrap it up, folks. Yeah, I made a post on Twitter about this maybe 2 hours ago, right before I went live. So it's a real shitty day today. So folks, I'm gonna wrap it up. It seems like things for the moment kind of have de-escalated, at least hopefully we do have peace.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Period of time. I want to thank you all very much for tuning in today. Thank you all very much. And my dad is getting into town tonight also. So tomorrow I think I will do another broadcast. But it'll be another shorter one probably because I have family in town. I'm not gonna totally disappear, but we'll be doing some shorter broadcasts over the next couple days. So thank you all for the kind words. And I'm gonna wrap it up, guys. Thank you, folks. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everybody. Take care.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Oh, poor dude and his dog. If anybody else has another live stream news feed thing for me, post it there in the chat. There's cross number 1. Cross number 2 might even get long on the 2. There's number 1. We got big bull in there. I need to label it up, but I'm a little tired. I'll be honest. I've been sitting here. How long have we been live streaming for? 5 hours, 5.5 hours. It's been a long one.
According to CNN, Witkoff has been in touch with Iranians since U.S. strikes.
Of course he has.
So CNN reporter posts on X about Witkoff citing sources familiar.
Got a DDSR on the 40 range, optimized range DDSR on the 40. If you see it type of 1, we're all tired on this last year. I don't know if you guys are tired. I'm tired. DDSR on the 40. If you see it type of 1, 2 if you're new. Optimized range.
Enigma short on the NQ5.
Enigma on the 5s. I forgot I'm on the 5s here. Listen for audio box. Here in buyers, so we might be targeting the back of that Enigma 15.4. Hoping I'd get a double green there, but only got a single. Is it enough? It sounds like it. A little different here on the 5s. Our time 2:44. Got 20 seconds till the 45 after.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Green dot. Yikes. Okay, Bulls taking back over control. Like little green dot was all it took to push it up. Bulls back in control.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Bear said I don't think so. Oh, don't sweep that target. Oh, we swept the target. Could be a sweeper long right here. Break that target. I'm just not feeling like a sweep right here unless I got the double cross. If I got the double cross, I would love a sweep, but we only got one. Trying to be disciplined and hang in there for two. But they are really making me think it through. Don't sweep that target. Break through that target, please. Don't sweep it. All right, I'm going to close it. Sweeping the target. 1, 2, 3 sweeps. That could mean a big up move back behind the Enigma on the 5s. A rare sweeper, but those can be very strong. And a cross showing up here as well. So big play possibly coming. What's the time? 2:47. About 13 minutes till the final hour of trading. It is going to be a wild end of day, I feel. Break it. Don't sweep it.
Just seeing reports here on X that Iran's Parliament's National Security Commission approves the bill on suspension of the cooperation with the IEA. Excuse me, with the IAEA.
E-I-E-I-O.
Finger NQ on the 40. Fib.NQ on the 5.
Every little green structure is getting pop-ups, so bulls are trying to maintain control, and they're seemingly doing a good job of it. Break the dot. Make it easy on me. Been working too hard today. Come on now. Double cross, higher time frame. Big play coming. Type of 1 if you're having fun. Type of 2 if you think this is doo-doo. I'm going to type a 1 and a 2.
Two finger NQ on the 40.
How many of you guys feel manipulated by the news today? Like, do you feel like I'm just in this like ominous state of like, are you serious? Like all this stuff, missiles flying and also kind of whatnot. Is this the wars and rumors of wars stuff that's going on here? We got like revelations opening up before our eyes right here. Just the amount of lie is like ridiculous. It's like, oh, it's all theater. Calling war grounds theaters and stuff, like people's lives on the line. It's like, oh, here, take another COVID jab, take another booster, take another booster and put your diaper on your face. Walk through the store with this diaper on. Oh, put one on your kids too.
Fib.NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Stay in your house and don't come out.
Crazy.
US House Speaker says this is not the time to consider Trump's war powers. So Johnson says, I don't think this is an appropriate time for a war powers resolution. I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, Big Bear just stepped in on the 40 range. So let's see if he's going to make his money. Big Bear, it's 250 below. There at the same time, there are bulls that need to be let out. So it's going to be tricky here. And dude, my back hurts from sitting in this chair too long. I don't feel like drawing it up and bringing it over for you guys. I'm sorry. It's been a long stream. 5:46 as far as 5 hours 46 minutes. We're coming up on 6 hours and 15 minutes. 4 minutes till the final hour of trading coming.
Brent crude futures settle at $71.48 a barrel, down $5.53 or 7.18%. So Al Arabiya is saying that Britain says additional fighter jets have arrived in the Middle East.
Almost like it was planned or something. Dude, seriously, I just feel so manipulated by all this. Is anybody else? Like, for real? Well, we had to show face. Got to show that, well, we're
Lower
good.
bands
You know,
touch NQ on the 40.
Just listening to all that news is just depressing. I think this stuff is a game.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Okay, blue dots.
Divergence up NQ on the 9.
All right, blue dots call bottoms all the time, and we got a divergence here. I'm gonna peel some. They get wild. It's coming up on the final hour. Ran it for 150 ticks.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Coming back to neutral. Yeah, blue dots call bottoms all the time. I married him. You saw this drama.
So it's also added that the British Minister of State Army, being cited by Al Arabiya, says we do not rule out sending in more military capabilities if required.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 40.
Yep.
Lower bands touch NQ on
and
the
there comes the big guys. I kind of knew it.
Keeping on the S&P
Blue dots call bottoms.
movement towards the upside. No headline as of yet.
Yeah, it's such a manipulation.
Keep you informed.
All right, so big guys got to play out there, and let's see how far we got. 2 and 2s.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Shark back plus 11.4 in there. Where was the big bear? Did the big bear make his money? I have to go back and look. Oh, the back and forth. Exchange of hands. Let's see. Came down. No, it looks to me like Big Bear made no money. So they're gonna have to let him out, which his midpoint is here. Yeah, he's the big guy right here. So there's Big Bear.
So according to a Punchbowl report here, they say latest on reconciliation timing. Thune
Upper bands
says
touch
hopefully
NQ on the
first vote
40.
Thursday, and says he's moving full speed ahead.
And then you've got Little Bull against Big Bear there in that spot. Oh, I'm tired. Go lay on my couch and let my back relief here. Listening for audio box. There she is.
Double delta NQ on the 5.
$303. So we got, what is that? Super, oh my word. I can't even label that. Super triple shark, piercer, double delta shift, all confluenced into this area right into the previous lines I drew before. I mean, there's so much in there. We got a power, PRZ, cross, shark back, everything plus everything. I mean, just how many things can you stack together in a spot? Like, I literally can't even label it. Just label this somewhere in here. My back hurts. 5 hours 54 minutes. YouTube's gonna start screaming at me here any moment.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it. Be great to have you in the crew. Make sure you get through that boot camp. Go download it ASAP from algoboxpro.com. Hit the training at the top and get those 8 videos in the 8-day boot camp. That'll be the fastest way to learn everything, so you are speaking the same language. And get that 2-week free trial while it is also available. The 2-week free trial will be a paid trial soon, so make sure you grab that 2-week free trial while it is free, and grab the 8-day boot camp while it is free. It's not going to be free for very long.
Iranian defense minister says we reject forced peace.
We reject forced peace? What does that even mean? You needed an excuse to switch back to Intel? Awesome. Hey, get one of those 295Ks right now for cheap, because the gamers crapped on them so much they became really cheap, so you can get a really fast CPU gaming rig on a 295K. Or is it 285K? Oh my word, I'm so tired. I can just feel it. I am drained. Decision fatigue definitely setting in. Late afternoon here. 285K. Thank you. 285K. What was I saying? 295K? I was like, that didn't sound right. 285K. Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, you can get really cheap right now because the gamers hate the 285K, so the reviews on them have been bad, but they are great for what we do. Single thread operations, top gaming rig for that. Beautiful. Did I say gaming rig? The top CPU rig. My goodness. All right. This brother needs to take a break. So much confluence in that area there. Yeah, we need the fast cores, not more cores. That's the key. Fast cores, not more cores. Don't throw a bunch of slow cores at a problem like trying to solve really fast single thread operations, which is what it doesn't have anything to do. Everybody like says, "Oh, NinjaTrader single threaded." Bro, everything is single threaded. It's not NinjaTrader. It is how the markets come at you. What do you think it is? You think there's multiple streams of data coming at you? It's 2 threads per instrument. That's it. And that's all you need, because what's coming at you? It's a very narrow set of data. What is it? It's time, quantity, price. Flooding at you very fast. So what do you need? A really fast single thread operation. You don't understand workload differences? Like, go talk to your mom about it. It's not running the algo, Captain Jack. My word. What are you the captain of? High school football team? It is the nature and the data that is flooding into you. It is time, quantity, price. Literally 3 columns wide. It's flooding at you super fast. That's all that's coming in to your computer. All the other stuff that's being drawn on your stuff is being drawn and added to it. It's a serial operation. You know what that means? I'm not talking about the Captain Crunch cereal that you're a captain of. Okay? Serial. S-E-R-I-A-L. Meaning in order. From top to bottom. It's not, what does the algo need single thread? It's not the algo, Muppet. God bless. I need to get off this live stream. It's been 6 hours. I'm about to rip somebody's face off already. Oh. Your mom said she doesn't know either. Oh, snap. I guess you're going to have to go through boot camp then. I guess you got to rely on me. The video.
Double delta NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 40.
So I tried hard to get the 100K day today, but man, it was too much manipulation, too much news. And then come to find out, like, everything in the war theater is literally all theater. It's just depressing. Very depressing to think about how manipulated we really are.
Divergence up NQ on the 9.
$14 Muppets. How do you get to 14? What's your count? Glad you got a head count on it though.
Enigma long on the GC3.
Gold putting in an Enigma long. End of day 143.14.3 on gold. Anybody trading gold? Any gold traders in here? Casey, you took some GC trades today? That's right. You love that gold, baby. You love that gold.
NQ on the 40.
Well, we are sitting in the golden ropes on the optimized range. We're floating above them on the 89. And I don't know. I'm worried about this end of day, whatever the end of day might bring here. Some kind of, who even knows what end of day could bring, something wild.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Oh, exuberant buyers.
US military official to Al Jazeera says we will continue to take all necessary measures to protect our forces, partners, and allies in the region.
Well, it sounds like they're all playing footsies.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Okay, I've lost sight of where the big bear who needed to get let out.
Two finger NQ on the 40.
And further from US military officials to Al Jazeera, says that the Pentagon is providing options to Trump if he decides to respond to Iranian attacks.
Enigma long on the NQ5.
Sweep the target. Go touch those white lines. Do it.
Algo boxers, light it up. Smash the like button. Clickety clap, tappity tap, smash that like, don't hold it back. Bippity bop, flippity flap, hit the like button, make it snap. Tickety tock, hit that spot, like it up, don't let it rot.
Pip.NQ on the 40.
Iran's Khomeini says we didn't aggress anyone and we will not accept any aggression from anyone under any circumstances. This is on a post on X.
Who? Was that Iran or Russia?
So remember, this is Iran's Supreme Leader Khomeini.
Oh, Iran. Okay. Whatever, dude. Deuce.
Clickety clap, tappity tap, smash that like, don't hold it back. Bippity bop, flippity flap, hit the like button, make it snap. Tickety talk, hit that spot, like it up, don't let it rot.
I ran to my fridge for some cold water. It's a good one. That's to tell my kids that one. It's a good dad joke there for today. I like it.
Smash the like button.
Fit.NQ on the 5.
Alright, we're cracking through the dot. Have to take the loss. Oh, I tried. It's a wild day. Totally wild. Okay, if we break above those white crosses, well then it's over for the short side. Those are the retail that should be getting manipulated there and locked in. If they're not, then well, they're gonna. I mean, where are they gonna run it to? High of day?
Double delta NQ on the 5.
Out of time for that. Okay, so they let them. That was their one chance to get out. That's a super AO. Blessed 24s. Super AO. I mean, we need to hit these lines have been here. Like, there's like, bro, it wants to go here. What are we doing? It's not gonna happen after hours. Well, if it doesn't happen before, Nomads, After Hour Crew, you guys look for that 22020 after hours. If we don't hit it before the market close, 325. 5 minutes till VTFD. What a wild manipulative ride today. Bro, if you haven't changed your name yet, somebody ban this weird account. Bill's Tracks, whatever. Ban this fool. Told him to get a new name. Yeah, didn't want to listen. Disrespectful little turd. See ya. Get out of here, bro. I'm not going to say your name again. I already told you. Ban him. Not interested in having that chat with you, bro. Stay broke. Make sure you put the fries in the bag.
Algo boxers, light it up. Woo! Smash the like button. Smash 1, 2, we smash 1, 2, hold up. Smash, smash. 1, 2, 3, the like button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, well. Hi, Vay.
there's a cross. I'm taking the moonshot. Put the stop right behind the cross. I'm listening for audio box. I love the boom, boom, boom. Adding more on the fib LE dot. I am at my full position now. Hold for the opposing signal. Hold for the opposing signal. Hold for the opposing signal. Target filled. Get
We faced down a level of manipulation today that I have never seen in my entire trading career. Wild. Play it back. It's gonna be nuts.
Smash the like button. Clickety clap, tappity tap, smash that like. Don't hold it back. Bippity bop, flippity flap. Hit the like button, make it snap. Tickety tock, hit that spot, like it up. Don't let it rot. Tappity tap, just one shot. Hit the like button, make it hot. Let's go.
Alpha Omega algorithm performs real-time workflow analysis, estimation with volume and price, and other proprietary data calculations.
There are 4 types of alpha omega crosses. Alpha, bullish, green, blue, ooh, omega, red, pink, blue. Alphas are generally stronger bullish signal than green alphas. Likewise, pink omegas are generally a stronger bearish signal than red alphas. Data indicator plots color crosses when price reaches prior auction zone highs and lows and logs out order flow.
Hey, where is the open? They want to close it above the open. 331.
Alphas are generally stronger bullish signal than green alphas. Likewise, pink omegas are generally a stronger bearish signal than red alphas. Flow master AO indicator can show
21,650.
instrument and trading session being analyzed. For complete details and instructions, join us. There are 4 types of alpha omega crosses. Alpha, bullish, green, blue, ooh.
Alberta Premier Smith says more pipelines to Tidewater is needed, and US Canada need to work together on oil.
Likewise, pink omegas are generally a stronger bearish signal than red alphas. AO indicator can and should be tuned to the specific instrument and trading session being analyzed. For complete details and instructions, join us. Join us.
Bro, what a turd. What an absolute turd. What a turd fest of turds. Oh my word. Absolute turd fest. Such a huge amount of manipulation today. Insane. Ban this idiot. What's his name? Leon Carrera? Yeah, ban him. He's out. Grab a giant glass of go fuck yourself. Pour yourself a nice big tall glass. And don't come back. I had 14 trades to the long side, jackass. So enjoy that. Eat it. Eat it. Swallow that giant rod, bro. Just make sure you put the fries in the bag and get here hot and on time or no tip. Make sure those fries are salty, bro. You seem to... Shut the fuck up. You seem to be retarded. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what just happened in the news today? You didn't hear all of that? Fucktard. Forget fries tonight, bro. I'm ordering sushi, so make sure you put that salty soy sauce in the bag, bro. Extra soy. Soy boy. Extra soy. Okay, so they're keeping them under the white crosses, full manipulation. They were looking for the run up. Looks like they're not going to get it. We'll see. Super AO. I'm going to go to boot camp, learn what these are. No problem. Like I said, make sure you deliver the sushi and the soy on time, bro. Get you a big fat tip. 338. Some extra wasabi. Tastes like spicy Play-Doh. I like the Texas rolls myself. Anybody had a Texas roll before? They put the jalapeno on top. Little splash of red sauce on the top. Little sriracha drop. Spicing it up.
Fib.NQ.
No, that's how they're going to do me? No. All right, they're going to keep it above it. Boo. Some Pokeballs.
Fib.NQ on the 40.
Give me a Seuss. Come on, Seuss me. Nah. Don't do that, bro. Seuss. Come on. Seuss it. Seuss.
Interesting reopening of airspaces in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Dubai. Airports resume full operations.
And okay, thank you for playing today, folks. Everything's back to normal. All right, please return your tray tables to their upright and locked positions. What in the art? Seriously? Thank you for flying United Airlines, where we're all in this shit together. We're here to manipulate the public and stab them, jab them, and tell them that the sky is falling. It's really just destiny calling, and we put on the theater. My word. These idiots.
Fib.NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 89.
Now give me my white lines. Tired of messing with you, bruh.
Divergence up NQ on the 9.
Divergence. there any of those left in 2025? Gonna have to ask the Lord forgiveness later. Seriously.
US Embassy in Qatar lifts shelter-in-place order, and embassy will open on Tuesday.
Juice.
Algo box. Yeah. Hit that like. Tap is nice. Hit that like. Don't think twice. Hit that like. Boom, boom. Hit that like. Tap, tap. Hit that like. Smash, smash. Hit that like button. Tap it. Tap it down. Smash that like. Shake the ground. Hit that like. Boom, boom. Hit that like. Tap, tap. Hit that like. Smash, smash. Hit that like button. One click, one tap. Let's go. Algo box. Are you ready?
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Semi-official Mehr news agency says 3 members of Iranian Navy killed in an Israeli strike on Bandar Abbas port.
One click, one tap, let's go. Are you ready?
Really?
Hit the like, tap it nice. Hit the like, don't think twice. Hit that like. Hit that like. Hit that smash, smash. Hit that like button. Like
Fib.NQ on the 5.
One minute going into be getting market on close imbalance data.
Yeah. Really? All right. 30 seconds. Time to crack the knuckles.
Ten seconds.
Double Delta NQ on the 5.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 69 million. Nasdaq 100 buy side 406 million. Dow 30 buy side 61 million. And Mag 7 buy side 462 million.
Divergence down NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 5.
Double reds. What's the time? 3:50. 10 minutes to the close. Oh, it's going to be Weiland.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
Listen for it.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 40.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Oh. Looks like I might run out of time. Gonna end up giving it back today. I was due for one. Let's see. Okay, I mean that I'm playing against retail right there. It looks like they're at the top of the cross. Are we gonna get any kind of drop at all? End of day to close him just under? Or are they literally gonna run new highs? Possible. On a day like this, you manipulation, Antichrist Trump, we're ready to roll. Never seen that amount of manipulation in my entire career. But then again, how many wars do you get to go through where you're at the keys? That definitely feels like wars and rumors of wars.
NQ on the 40.
Another cross at the top. What's the time? Okay, there's lucky
Trump
sevens.
says Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities with a very weak response. So Trump posting on Truth Social here. So full says Iran has officially responded to our obliteration of their nuclear facilities
Delta NQ
with a
on
very
the
weak
40.
response, which we expected
Upper bands
and
touch
have very
NQ on the
effectively
40.
countered. There have been 14
All
missiles
right.
fired, 13 were knocked down, and
Upper
one was
bands
set
touch
free.
NQ on the 40.
They're about to touch new high of day.
Threatening direction.
So it's going to be amazing to listen to the news tonight
please
on
report the
how
number
much
of
they
the
manipulated this.
hardly any damage was done.
Wild. Absolute wild manipulation. There's high of day coming up. About to touch R1.
So he also says, I want to thank Iran for giving us an early
Upper band
notice
touch
to
on
make
the
it
40.
possible for no lives to be lost and nobody to be injured. Perhaps Iran can now proceed to peace and harmony in the region, and I will enthusiastically encourage Israel to do the
Upper
same.
bands touch NQ on the 40. Double
Still
delta NQ on the 5.
They say all this at the end of the market day.
Touch NQ on the
Wild
40.
to me.
Iran
Just
can now
absolutely
proceed
wild.
to peace and harmony.
All right, first set of selling I even heard the entire time. 354.
Bands touch NQ on the 89.
Are they done with the manipulation run? So how many people called into their broker to sell their positions today, I wonder?
Fib.NQ on the 5.
The time, 5 minutes to the close. Crack the red dot, my goodness. Popcorning it up.
Enigma short on the YM3.
Wild. Two minutes to the close.
Stocks gained. Stock gain. S&P 500 up 1% and Nasdaq up 1%. So again, S&P 500 up 1%, Nasdaq 100.
2 minutes. Let's see. So who has to get let out? So Big Bear is down at 22050.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
But it does not look like they're going to let him out before the close. Ban this guy, Merrick Formack, whatever. I can't even pronounce his name.
Divergence down NQ on the 40. Upper bands touch NQ on the 89. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on
Okay, here comes the close. So you definitely heard the people calling into their brokers and pressing the sell button. So 4 to 4:15 is the time.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 89.
Uh, 22020. Remember, Nomads 22020 for the after hours. If you guys are around for that, if they don't touch it, 22020 for the after hour Nomads. For your targeting. If you guys are not following the Nomads, day trading Nomads, I'm not sure if they're here or not, but check them out in the evenings.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
All right, I'm not going to feed the trolls. I'll catch you guys in the morning. See ya.